That's this. Okay, testing. Can you hear me? Yeah. You can hear me? Yeah. Okay, that's good. Let me give let me get 1 minute. Hey Queen, glad you here. I was just trying to give some people some time to get in. I try to put up my website. Oh, happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. I hope y'all had a good Mother's Day today. Yeah, I had a good one today. So I'm so, thank God I have children that give a heck about me. Damn, my glasses need cleaning. I can't see anything with these glasses. And I went and cause I went out to dinner today, my Mother's Day dinner, and let me tell you, I didn't drink any wine today because I wanted to come back and do this live because I've been putting it off because my website. I built my website. My youngest son would have been so proud of me, but I'm having technical difficulties on the side of the of the web host. The web host is they have to fix my shit. My son told me to give them until tomorrow because tomorrow's Monday, and I think those people are on the other side of the world anyway. So the communication is kind of lagging. Hey, strong and humble, glad you here. Glad you here. So what I did was, yeah, I know, right? I was so happy I did it by myself and everything. I'm like, oh my God, my youngest son, he'd be so proud of me. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh my God, that was, but now I worked so hard on it. Now I got to wait on it's not my fault. It's the technical difficulties fault. It's the web host. They got to do their side. So what I did was I did a PowerPoint presentation because I'm like, since I'm paying for this Microsoft Office, I might as well put it into use. So I did a PowerPoint presentation that's basically like yeah, he saw it. He saw the preview. Yeah, I can still see the preview, but it's not live yet on the DNS server because of the web host. Yeah. So he did see it. Yeah. So yeah, I did really good. I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of myself because I'm technically illiterate. I am so technically illiterate, and I was getting mad at him because he's like, "Ma, you gotta learn." Like I ain't gotta learn nothing. That's why you here. But I went ahead and I learned. I used some AI for it too. Thank God it's for this AI. It's so easy. Yeah, another thing with that AI too. I'm not I've seen a whole lot of white people come on social media and all happy because they don't have to be creative. They could just be stupid because they have AI now. I get so upset when I see those videos. So one thing that I'm gonna do with the ministry when people join my ministry, like you don't have to join, you don't have to register. You can always just oh yeah, I know, right? I got this from Amazon. These little pillows, they go in the car, but I figured I got this chair. My son got this chair for me, so I could just put it on here and look. It got a little I got the matching cushion too. I don't know if you can see it. Probably green screen here, but yeah. I got the matching cushion. It's a flower. It's a flower. But thank you, girl. My son got me everything. He got this computer I'm using. He got the camera, the microphone. He donated everything to the ministry. So I was able to get those donations, the camera, the laptop. I got a laptop and I got a mini desktop, which I could put in my purse and take with me anywhere. So I like that too. And he got me the good stuff. And I was able to get that. You know, he was able to donate that because it's tax deductible. My ministry is a 501c3 charitable organization. So any donations, whether it's money or items, it's all tax deductible. You know, so you can yeah, I'm trying to lose a little bit of this weight. So I've been on my Chloe team. But everything is tax deductible. And the thing with this, because it's a ministry, I have a board of directors and everything. So I can't like spend money without uh my board of directors say so. I have to have the board of directors permission before yeah, it's not easy. It is a business. I thought that I would just be able to have a ministry and just, talk my shit. You know what I'm saying? But it's like I have to really, really run a business because I don't want to get in trouble with the IRS. So it's not, I can't even spend any money without my board of directors. I have 4 board of directors. So I have to have meetings and everything before I even expenses. So a lot of stuff been coming out of my pocket because I just wanted to get things together first. You know what I'm saying? But the stuff that my son donated, since it's materials, I didn't have to have permission from my board members. Like you can just donate, like a computer, a car. It's tax deductible. You can just donate those things, and I won't have to have a meeting. But anytime people donate money, and before I spend that money, whatever I spend it on, whether I'm gonna give it to a charity or somebody who would need help or, use it for whatever, I have to have a board meeting and my board has to approve, how that money is being spent. But my son bought me all of this equipment. He paid a lot of money for it and I wrote him a receipt. Well, the ministry wrote him a receipt. So he can deduct all of that money next year on his taxes. So yeah. So yeah, it is. It's like a business. I thought I would be able to just do this 501c3 and just talk all the shit that I want, but I can't. I had to get insurance because I'm going to be online. So I got insurance. I got my privacy policies for my website and everything. So it's like anybody who registers, like you don't have to be a part of the ministry. You can just donate. It's still tax deductible, even if you donate 50 cents. You know what I'm saying? You can write that off on your taxes. You know what I'm saying? But people who register is going to be like, they have to pay their monthly tithes and they can become a part of the ministry in terms of participate, because I'm going to do weekly lives and those are going to be private. I'm not going to put them out here on social media. Anybody who participate in the ministry, they'll have to sign a NDA, a no dusties allowed agreement. No dusties allowed, non-disclosure agreement. That's what's going to have to be signed, and uh, it's going to have to be signed because I don't trust people. I don't want people thinking that they're going to come and pay their little $5 and then say what they want to say about and bring information outside. Like whatever's in my ministry, whatever is spoken about in the Queen of Heaven and Earth House of Restoration stays in the Queen of Heaven and Earth House of Restoration. That's what it is. Unless it's public information that I'm giving out, like that's already in the public domain, that's different. But any of my intellectual property, because what I'll be talking about is not out there. You know what I'm saying? I wrote a whole dissertation on that for my master's degree, and I'm still writing parts for my PhD. I got my master's in ministry. I just graduated in May. Hopefully next year I can join the graduation for my PhD. um I have to do like a residency now, so I have to get people to practice on where I can coach, do my spiritual life coaching. So right now I'm just practicing. So yeah, no dusties allowed. NDA. Let me write that down. NDA. No dusties allowed. So that's going to be, it's a non-disclosure agreement still, but that's the acronym I use for it. So whatever goes on in my ministry stays in my ministry. You can't just bring that out. You can't be coming in there talking about people and nothing like that. And you can't be stealing my intellectual property because that's what it is. I'm going to, I know, right? I hate that autocorrect. I'm going to protect my intellectual property. I am done um, throwing my pearls out to swine. I'm done with that. I'm going to protect my stuff. And I'm going to protect anybody who decides to participate in my ministry. Meaning you can't come in there and doxing people, but nobody's really going to have anybody's information anyway, because I got that set up too. So, like, I'll only have your information. And, I'm not in high school anymore. I'm old enough to be somebody's grandmother. I've been here since for a little over half a century now. I'm, I'm well in my 50s. I've been here for a half a century. I'm not immature. I'm not like, I'm just, I'm a mess, but I'm not messy. Okay. It's a big difference. I am a mess. I will admit that, but I'm not a messy bitch. And I don't want, I can't. I'm not dealing with that. Of course, I have my privacy policy, which I'm obliged by law to have. So any information that you get to me, it it is held in privacy, like the HIPAA law. I'm not going to give it out to anybody. Nobody is going to be doxxed. No one will have your information or anything like that. It's just for the ministry, and by law, I have to keep that private, and I have to protect that information. So, but you still have to sign a NDA, non-disclosure agreement, because there are people that who have a Patreon, and they'll go. That's where a whole lot of Dusties are anyway. A whole lot of Dusties are on Patreon. They'll go on Patreon and they'll pay their little raggedy $5, and then they'll come out sharing videos that's been on the person's Patreon, or they'll talk about people and stuff like that. And that's not what my ministry is about. It's not, I I've been to high school already, and I left that behind. You know what I'm saying? I left that behind. Yes, NDAs are important, particularly in this cyber age that we're living in, where you have a lot of I mean, look, they even made AI to steal people's shit. You understand what I'm saying? When I saw these videos with all these white people on YouTube and on TikTok talking about AI and how happy they were that they don't have to write, their blog post anymore. Oh, like, oh, you got a job, because only they do stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, in terms of they get paid for writing blog posts and shit like that. You understand what I'm saying? It's very rare that like one of us will get paid very handsomely to do something like that. You understand what I'm saying? So they're like, yeah, you need to write a blog post, or you need to write an article for something. You could just use the AI. And I'm like, just so disgusted. And then they're like, yeah, you could just use the AI. The AI will write anything for you. It'll do anything for you. And you could just get paid real easy. You don't even have to think anymore. You ain't got to think. You ain't got to be creative. You ain't got to do shit. Even the AI would test and make sure you're not infringing on nobody's copyright. You know why? Because it changes the wording. I taught myself how to read. I've been reading since I was 4 years old. You understand what I'm saying? My cellular memory is very much alive and very real. You understand what I'm saying? So I taught myself to read at 4 years old, like a lot of the slaves in this country did. You understand what I'm saying? And at times when I had to play dumb, because nobody likes a smart ass N word, which is true, because they will kill you if they think you have a little bit of genius in you. You understand what I'm saying? I play dumb when I have to. You understand what I'm saying? But yeah, it is crazy. What's even more crazy is that they out here admitting how stupid they are and how untalented that they are and how they be stealing shit. They be all over on TikTok doing that. They be stealing shit. Yeah, sure, you can. It's for everyone. Anybody who want to join this live. It's They be stealing shit. They be on here stealing people intellectual property, they creativity. They be stealing people fashions. People on here be saying some real godly shit, and they be stealing that, making it seem like they came out with it. And these people are not. That's why they have robots to do everything for them. That's this is some serious shit. I had to even from childhood, because my youngest son, he's the genius. He's into robotics. I think I told y'all all of that. Like, he been doing this since he was little. Like, he can design, build, and program a robot in his sleep. He built computers. He built his own computer. He built a computer his brother uses. He built a computer that his brother gave to his girlfriend. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's nothing for him to do. That's like somebody like me who's technically illiterate, who has to struggle through something like that. He can just, that's nothing for him to do. You know, and like I was saying, they just this AI stuff is really is well, I tell you, it's something else. It's like I tell my youngest son, if you want to come back and be stupid and not have to do any work and not have to put in the work and be lazy and dumb as fuck and not have to know anything, then you have to come back to this world as a white man. That's what you do. You come back as a white man, then you ain't got to do shit. You ain't got to think. You ain't got to be creative. You ain't got to put in the work. You ain't got to do nothing. Or you could just steal other people's shit and say that it's yours. You understand what I'm saying? Because one thing I learned in my college days, back in my youthful days, one thing I learned studying history all around the world is that these people ain't never invented anything. Everything that they have is borrowed. If you look at everything in this country was built by slaves. I'm not just saying the cotton fields, okay? I'm talking about television. I'm talking about CCTV camera. I'm talking about the telephone. I'm talking about the light bulb. I'm talking about the elevator. I'm talking about the ironing board. I'm talking about the broom. I'm talking about the cabinet bed. I'm talking about the pull-out bed. I'm talking about potato chips. I'm talking about the game console. I'm talking about the cellular phone. People can't seem to take out their damn face. I'm talking about the computer. I'm talking about IBM. I'm talking about the computer chip. I'm talking about the air conditioner that I cannot live without. I can't live without my AC. I even got that shit running in the winter, okay? I can't live without it. I'm talking about my AC. I'm talking about everything. Everything, the street light, your washing machine, your freezer that you keep your food in, all of that was invented by slaves in this country and descendants of slaves in this country. So if you take away, fuck it, Black history is every day of the year. Because if you take away everything right now, even from the smallest thing to the largest thing that people take advantage of, they'll be fucked. They'll be fucked. They'll be literally fucked. They won't have anything. They won't have anything. And we'll just, that's the one thing I learned. But even way back before American institution of slavery was built, even before that, everything was invented by melanated people. Everything was invented by melanated people. You understand what I'm saying? It's just that white people never invented anything but the Xerox machine. And for y'all who don't know, because y'all are like the new generation, back in the day, when you worked in an office, you had to go to the office and work. There was a Xerox machine that made copies. That's what a Xerox machine does. It makes copies, carbon copies, because we are carbon beings. We are carbon beings. 666, what people want to call the devil, what people want to call Satan. We are carbon beings. That's why you hear them talking about green, green, green. We got to get rid of the carbon. What do you really think they're talking about? I welcome global warming. The sun is good for me. Can't you tell by my beautiful skin? The sun is it treats me wonderful. Yeah, sure, you can share. I don't know how to do it on my end because I'm technically illiterate. So, but yeah, you can share. You can share if you like. That's fine. I don't mind. I don't know how to do it though on this end. So yeah, you can definitely share. Um, I had yeah, I'm technically illiterate. I wouldn't even know how to begin. Let me see. I think I can see this on. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, but it's just crazy out here. So yeah, I have to protect my intellectual property. I'm not, but like I was saying, uh, black people or melanated people, even before the institution of slavery. Let me turn this down. Before the institution of slavery, people, um, melanated people invented everything. Even Baba Credo Mutwa, the last, I believe, who's the last Zulu shaman, from he's from South Africa. He's a Zulu. So I'm just gonna identify him by the nation that he identified himself as, which is a Zulu, right? So even he even said that a long time ago in the beginning, when in the beginning of the second phase of man, because there was two sets, right? During the second set, you know, the beings, the uh the beings came down to visit and they asked, like, do you want to use this technology or would you just rather not use the technology? And what Baba Credo Mutwa said was very interesting. He said that the people then decided not to use the technology because they knew that it would bring death and destruction, that they would much rather stay, quote unquote, primitive, you know quote unquote, they would much rather be primitive. So they decided not to use technology because we know what happened to Atlantis, right? It's not a mythical place, but Atlantis was destroyed by its technology. So they didn't want that to happen again. So they was like, fuck it, we're not going to use technology. We'll just do everything, by hand, manually, you know what I'm saying, without the technology. So that's very interesting. But melanated people invented everything, and then you had the Chinese people who perfected some shit that was invented by the melanated people. Like paper, for instance, that was invented by the Kemetu, what people like to call Egyptian, and those people that's in Kemet right now are not. Those are the descendants of invaders. Just like the people who live here in America are descendants of colonizers. You understand? Same difference, right? But those are the descendants of invaders who are there now. They're not like true Kemetu people. We all know, no matter what they say, the Kemetu people look like me. They look like me. Okay, that's who they look like. But I hear there's this controversy about this show on Netflix talking about Cleopatra. There were like 6 Cleopatras or 12 Cleopatras. There were many Cleopatras. I think the one that they know or the one that they like to talk about a lot is the one who was a descendant of the invaders. She was European. I believe she was Greece or Roman. I'm not sure. One of them. But either way, she was a descendant of invaders. The Cleopatra that they like to talk about. Oh, a share button. Mm, mm. So you saying I have to share it? Um, it just have copy the link. Or you saying in the studio I have to do that? I don't know, girl. I'm technically illiterate. Oh, okay. Who wasn't beautiful? Cleopatra. Yeah, the white one was ugly. She was ugly. That's who they talking about. They talking about the one who was the invader of the descendant of the invaders. She was ugly. That I've seen writings about that. You know, the ancient Greece or Romans, they were saying that she wasn't cute at all, but they did say that she was very that her personality made up for that. That her diligence and her personality, that she was a boss bitch. She got shit done, so it made up for her beauty. So yeah, but yeah, I've read too that the ancient writings said that this Cleopatra was very ugly, you know. So yeah, but that's who they're talking about. They're not talking about the Cleopatras before that, because I do have a statue. I have a picture of the statue of one of the Cleopatras. I think it's Cleopatra the fourth or Cleopatra the fifth, maybe the fourth. And this statue is in one of the European museums. I don't know if it's in Italy. I got to go back and look, but it's in Italy or Spain or France. And she looks very, very Negro, like me, like wide nose, thick lips. She looked just like me, you know. But the statue is black. But I'm saying her features, you know, her features look like me, you know, wide nose, everything, you know, and yeah, yeah, and she even got those like uh almost like slanted eyes like mine, you know. So yeah, but the Cleopatra that they controversial about, saying that she wasn't black, you know, she was ugly and she was European. So, but there were a lot of Cleopatras. I think there were like 12 Cleopatras. Don't quote me on this, but there were like 12 fucking Cleopatras. So, you know, but you know how they do. They like to take everything out of they like to take everything out of its originality and its origins. So yeah, that's one thing I'm doing. I will be protecting my intellectual property because I've seen too many white people on social media too happy about the AI and how we can generate content for them. Like I'm like, no, you're not gonna be stealing my shit. So yeah, you will have to definitely sign a non-dusty's agree a non no dusty allowed no Dusty allowed agreement to participate in my ministry. All the lives will be private. We'll do private lives. I'll do those weekly. Those will be like metaphysical. I'm not going to preach. It's more like teaching. And I want to start from the beginning because I try to do those videos, but it's like so much information that I have to like do it like by piecemeal, start off really slow. You know what I'm saying? So I want to do it. I want to start off really slow, and I want to start off from the beginning, which is the return of the Great Mother during this sun cycle, which is the sixth sun cycle. We're in the sixth sun cycle. This is a whole new cycle. We got a whole new 2,000 years to complete, you know, and we're in the beginning of it. This is the beginning of the end of the last sun cycle. And I'm saying that in terms of how I can see the spirits from the last sun cycle, which was the divine masculine. I could see the spirits who are uh, discombobulated, for lack of a better term, the spirits from that sun cycle who are discombobulated are like really trying to hold on. They're trying to hold on, but their time is up. It's like their time is up. It's like their time is up. The our divine holy mother is here. She's here. Our divine holy mother. She goes by many names. She has more names than Allah. You know, and rumor has it that Allah is a woman. but I'm not going to get into that because then I'll have crazy ass Muslims wanting to slit my throat for saying some shit like that. But you see what I'm saying? How these discombobulated spirits from the last sun cycle are attempting to hold on to something that is no longer there, you know. Yeah, oh, what's my lotion? My hands are like take care of that ash right quick. Child. But they're trying to hold on. I can see that it's not working because the mother is here. It's not like she's on her way. She's here. This is her cycle. This is her cycle, the sixth sun cycle, the son of darkness. Okay. And that the darkness part could represent it symbolizes a whole lot of things, right? It symbolizes the womb, you know, uh, you're born, you come forth from the dark, you know, everything comes forth from the darkness. You understand what I'm saying? Even colors, color, color is a frequency. All colors come from the darkness. All colors. And the way you see these colors is based on its frequency of the light that's shining through, based on that frequency. That's how you can see those colors. All colors come from the darkness. So she's here, and you know, I'm here to speak about her, and that is what Queen of Heaven and Earth, because that is one of her names. She is she's known as the Queen of Heaven and Earth. That is one of her names. And like I said, she has many names. She is known in all cultures. She's known in all cultures and in all religions. And she has many names, right? But I see that the people, the discombobulated spirits, regardless of what gender they are, they're trying to hold on to what's the end. This is a new dawn. This is a new era. This is a new world. This is this is it's a new the the end of the world happened already. That they was talking about the end of the world that happened already. But these are the things I'm going to discuss in the ministry, you know, because it has a lot to do with science, has a lot to do with science and metaphysical science. You know, metaphysical science is just the science that's in the ethers. You know, um, is etherical science, the stuff that you can't see, the unseen, right? That's what metaphysical science is, right? The gods that people talk about is the metaphysical being, you know, because you can't see this God, right? You know, but it's just crazy how they trying to hold on to it's like beating a dead horse. Like they're trying to hold on to something that this is a whole new dawn, and we're only in this is 2023. We're only in 2 years of the 2,000 years that cycle that we have to go through. It's 13 cycles. It's 13 sun cycles that the sun uh, makes a cycle. That's something else that they don't tell us. It's a cycle of the sun, right? The sun makes that spiral cycle, and then we go around it. Everything's going around and around and around, right? In the Orion belt. That's how we ended up in the Orion belt. Because I'm telling you, I don't know if it was the Mandela effect, what people call the Mandela effect, or what I know of as Inan is not. You know, that's what it's called in the esoterical realm. In the metaphysical realm, it's called not the Mandela effect, it's Inan is not. And I can explain that also, but I'm going to do that in the ministry, right? But that is I don't know if it has to do with that or if it is a combination, it's a combination of that with the sun cycle, because the sun goes in a spiral. It goes in a spiral. The planets spins, and even the galaxy. The galaxy also spins, right? So I don't know if you know that, but after the 13th cycle, it's a complete cycle, and that has to do with the 144, the opening of of the portal of the 13th zodiac. I think I tried to explain that before. The 13th zodiac of the serpent. See my serpent earrings? That's why I'm wearing it. So yeah, it has a lot to do with that. And the 144,000 chosen, so-called chosen, that religions had like distorted that. A lot of religions distorted the 144,000 to that was in the last sun cycle, the divine masculine. In the beginning, it started out as a divine masculine, but in towards the end, I would say that towards the end, there were like these spirits that were just a lot of them soulless, you know, lizards, you know, that infiltrated the divine masculine. And because what we saw in the last cycle was not what men were always like. They weren't always like how they are now, you know, and they were they were they were infiltrated. It wasn't always like that. It was only towards the end. In the beginning of their cycle, they were divine. They were divine. It's just towards the end of their cycle, they were just messed up. And now the divine feminine is here. And she's supposed to change all of that first by getting rid of, because she has three parts to her. She has three parts to her. So with her, she will be willing to destroy everything and start all over. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Like, you have these toy soldiers in the government, slinging their penises around, slinging their phalluses around, talking about, yeah, we're gonna blow you up. Yeah, we're gonna blow you up. Yeah, we're gonna start this nuclear war. And my whole attitude is y'all just need to stop popping that shit and just go ahead. Because today is a good day for everybody to die. That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. I'm not scared of death. I brought forth life. I'm not scared of death. I'm not scared of it because I have a soul and my soul is eternal. So death is not the end for me, you know. Death could be the end for some other beings that are here because they are soulless. It's like I said before, not everybody is lucky enough to have a soul, right? Not everybody is lucky enough to be born with a soul, right? You have people here that are soulless. So, they're scared of death. They don't want to die because they know that that's the end of them. They will not exist at all, not in the ethers, not in the spiritual realm, not in the 3D physical realm, not in the fifth dimension, not in the sixth dimension, not in the ninth dimension, because I'm a nine-ether evolving God being. That's how I identify myself. Nine-ether evolving God being, because I'm still evolving. There is no not evolving, right? But a lot of them, I'm not scared of death. And the souls that chose to come through me, my sons, who I love very much, and I don't care if it offends you to hear me say that I love my sons very much, and I give a fuck about them, and anybody fuck with them, I will go beast on you. You see that tiger behind me? Actually, the lions, the tigers, the cats are not indigenous to this planet. It was our holy divine mother who brought them here. That's why I have that's why I have this big cat behind me, symbolic of our holy divine mother, right? They're not indigenous to this planet. There's certain things that are not indigenous to this planet, but I won't get into that right now. But like I was saying, hey, Healing Arts, how are you? Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to you. I hope you enjoyed your Mother's Day today. Every day is Mother's Day to me. But I'm sorry, like I was saying, if it offends anybody to hear me say that I love my sons. I love my sons. I give a fuck about my sons, right? I do. And anybody fuck with them, I will go beast on you, okay? That's why they are so well behaved, because they know they don't want me to, like, you know, all I'm gonna say is don't test my gangster. Don't test my gangster, because I will fuck you up over my sons. I will do that. I don't have any daughters. As a matter of fact, I do everything possible to keep my sons away from your daughters, especially these women that be on here talking all of that shit, about, men. You know what I'm saying? And particularly black men. Yeah, I do everything I can to keep my sons away from your daughters and away from women like you. Okay? Because my sons will not put their hands on a woman. They know that putting their hands on any woman will only bring them harm from the universe, right? They already know that. They instinctively know that. They chose to come through me. Their souls chose to come through me. You understand what I'm saying? They already know that. They know they're not supposed to put their hands on a woman. If a woman tries to put their hands on them, they're not going to stand there and allow that to happen. They're going to run. They're going to run, and then they're going to come and tell me about it, and I am going to go and beat that bitch ass. You understand? That's how it works. That's how it works, right? Yeah, that's how it works. So if you're offended that I said that I love my sons, then I do not apologize. You know, and the Queen of Heaven and Earth House of Restoration is not for you. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, like I said, I will beat a bitch ass over my sons. I will do that because they won't put their hands on a woman, but I will. I most certainly will. You know what I'm saying? And I will not hesitate. Okay, I will not hesitate. But I forgot what I was saying. I was saying that to say the soulless beings on this planet, they're scared of death. I'm not scared of death. My sons are not scared of death. So when I hear these people who are in power threatening to do a nuclear bomb, I be like, all for it. Like, just go right ahead. Like, destroy the whole. Like, you can't destroy the whole planet. You think you can because she's going to. The planet is not Mother Earth. It's actually Daughter Earth, and she's going to heal herself. She's going to get rid of all of her cancerous cells, which are a lot of the beings that are here inhabiting her form, right? She's going to get rid of all her cancerous cells, and then she'll be allowed to heal again. So if you feel like you got to throw a nuclear bomb and destroy the world, then please do. I'm just waiting on it to happen. I'm good. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. I have a soul. I have a soul. But yeah, it's just crazy out here. But I wanted to talk about yeah, and it's crazy. I was just talking to my brother about what had happened to Jordan Neely. I live in New York. I think I told y'all that. I live out here in New York. I was born and bred in Brooklyn. I think I might want to go back to Brooklyn. I'm in East Harlem. You know, I might want to go back to Brooklyn. I was supposed to move to Staten Island, but that kind of like fell through. So I don't know. I'm still here in East Harlem. I'm still trying to get out. I'm still waiting on something to come through in Staten Island, but with all of these politics going on, it looks like I'll just be waiting. And I'm trying to make that happen, by because I play politics, I play politics, so I'm politicking right now. So I can move actually. I don't want to stay in East Harlem anymore. There's a lot of gentrifiers out here, and what they do is they'll come across the yard because they live close. I'm not far from the river. I'm not far from the East River. I'm like walking distance from the East River. I'm like about a mile, maybe a mile and a half from the. It's like right there. I can just walk. The East River is right there. That's where a lot of the gentrifiers live. They all live over there. They come and walk their dogs over here to where we live at, and they let their dogs shit all over the place. And they don't even. I went to the store today and I almost tripped on some fucking dog shit. And all I did was curse these white people out under my breath because I see them bring their dogs over here. They walk their fucking dogs and have their dogs fucking shit all over the place where we gotta live and where we gotta walk. You understand what I'm saying? And they'll leave that shit right there. So when I heard the students at Howard University complaining about how the gentrifiers come over there and walk their dogs all on their campus and let their dogs shit on their fucking campus, and then talking about, well, it's our neighborhood, so we can do what we want. We can walk our dogs where we want. But you walking your dogs on the fucking college campus to shit and leaving their shit there, and the students were complaining about that. It was in the news and in the newspaper because I read a lot, you know what I'm saying. But I believe that because they do that over here, and it's not even a college campus. This is just apartments where underrepresented people live, underrepresented people live. So, yeah, we have an election coming up. So, yeah, I'm politicking because I know some elected officials that I knew before. You know, I'm not trying to talk on my business, but I know some people that can help me. And I'm just going to use the fact that I do politic in order to help me move. But yeah, you're right, because I think we got election coming up next year for presidential election. Again, I vote every election. I don't wait for presidential election. I vote even in a local election. So yeah, but I'm not gonna wait, but I'm gonna use that as an opportunity so I can get out of here because it's crazy. And that guy, Jordan Neely, I believe his name was, the one who was murdered by the gentrifier here. And I hear everybody on social media and on Fox News talking about it's good that he they're not saying outright that it's good that this man died. They're making excuses for the gentrifier that murdered him. I mean, the dude murdered him. It's just that simple. Um, it's such a mess. I feel so bad. I know that the family's attorney was like, he's being charged for manslaughter, but they're trying to get murder charges on him. And I hope that happens. I hope that happens. I hope he gets murder charges. My brother told me that regardless of what happened, dude is not going to be safe. I was like, okay, well, you know. He was like, he's not going to be safe. He's out on bail, $100,000 bail. I don't think that he shouldn't have taken this man's life. I don't care. That man did not attack anybody. He did not attack anybody. And like I said before in my other videos, there are 58% of the homeless people in New York. I can't speak for the other states. I can only speak to New York because I was born and bred here. I vote here. I politic here. I live here, So I can only speak for New York. Now, I can read about what goes on in the other parts of the country, and I can read about it, but I won't really even still, I won't really know unless I speak to somebody who I know who lives in a certain part of Texas or who lives in a certain part of California, who looks like me, thick nose, big lips, you know, beautiful brown skin. I won't know about that until that I speak to that person and they can tell me what's really going on. Because you can't really trust the freaking news and everything you read, you know. But I read that the majority of the homeless people in the whole country are black. And I'm guessing that it's not black immigrants, that it is American descendants of slaves or native black people here that are native to this country. American descendants of slavery, the American Negro. I'm just assuming, I'm taking an educated guess that that is right. That is them and not black immigrants. You know, because like I said, on my I'm a first generation black immigrant. I'm a first generation black immigrant. You know what I'm saying? On my father's side. On my mother's side, you know, they've been here since the 1700s. They were slaves. They were very much slaves. They were slaves who fought in the Civil War. They were slaves who fought in the Revolution. Some of them were slaves. Some of them were free that lived up here. You know, they were slaves. On my father's side, they were never slaves. They were free. Even the ones that came over here from their Latin American country, because my dad is Latin American. He's Latin American. And even I was telling my friend yesterday, my dad, may he rest in peace. I love him very much. And if that offends you, hearing me say that I love my father, I do not apologize for that. That's because y'all don't have a father. That's, you know, I can't help that. You know, my father left, I got 5 brothers. My father left the inheritance to me. You understand what I'm saying? Like it should be. All right. So look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. You know, I love my father. May he rest in peace. My dad is blacker than a million midnights. I kid you not. And people who are connected with me on Facebook, they know because when my father passed away, I posted his pictures up, you know, and especially his childhood picture when he was going through his first communion. Because, you know, Latin American people are, you know, colonized, all of them, mainly by the Spanish Catholics. And the Spanish were Catholics, if you know anything about history. So, yeah. But he's blacker than a million midnights. He was blacker than a million midnights. And he never identified why he was here in this country, and he loved America. You couldn't tell him anything, you know, bad about this country. Even if, you know, American descendants of slave, my mother's people were being persecuted, you couldn't tell him anything bad about this country. And he never identified as black. And he was blacker than a million midnights. He never identified as a black man. He identified as Hispanic and he identified as the country he came from, which I'm not going to say, you know. He identified as that Hispanic from that Latin American country. He never called himself black. And if I were to say to him, well, Dad, you know, because, you know, I had 2 sides. I had the immigrant side that was doing very well over here. You know, they give me everything. They did very well. Didn't have a mortgage, house paid for, cash, had jobs, education, all of that. They did very well. You understand what I'm saying? And then my mother's side of the family, you know, who was here since the 1700s, who was slaves and shit, who was like always seemed to be struggling, you know, even though they were doing well, they was struggling to do well. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but they always seem to be freaking struggling. You know what I'm saying? Even still, if I would have been like, but Dad, you know, like these people, like these men over here are being treated, you know, they're hungry, they're homeless, and da da da. My father would have said something like, he wouldn't look at it like, well, you know, they're American Negro and they being persecuted. He would look at it like, well, you know, that's the man. A man needs to do what he got to do. He shouldn't be out here hungry. He shouldn't be out here starving. He shouldn't be out here homeless. You know, that would have been his reaction. But I'm saying that to say that I keep hearing that people are saying that the two men that actually, I can't even call these people men, right? These two creatures that helped the gentrifier murder this man on the subway. They keep saying that they were black. I'm telling you, those people were not black. They were Latino and Hispanic. These people here, where I live in New York City, do not identify as black. I don't care how dark they are. Y'all need to understand that. Y'all really need to understand that. They don't see themselves as black. They see themselves as Latino. The older ones, like my age and up, see themselves as Hispanic. The younger generation, even if they first, second, and third generation here, you understand? They see themselves as Latino. They don't identify as black. And they could be as brown as me or blacker than a million midnights like my pops. They don't see themselves, they don't identify as black. They don't call them black. You're insulting them. They're not black. They were Hispanic or they were Latino. Who helped that gentrifier murder that man, and they said the first thing they do is the arrest record. He had 44 arrests. And it said in the beginning, they were saying that most of them were subway arrests, most of them were subway arrests. I don't know about assaulting a lady. I don't know about that, but they keep saying that he assaulted a lady and he had 44 arrests, right? And that all the arrests, all 44 or 40 of those arrests happened on the subway. Me being over half a century years old, living in New York City, I've been arrested multiple times, right? I've been arrested, for disorderly conduct. I've been arrested numerous times, especially as a teenager, for hopping a train. Hopping a train is when you go through the turnstile without paying your fare. And back then, they would just like put you in handcuffs to try to embarrass you when people coming off the subway to make you look like a hardened criminal and shit like that. So they would put you in handcuffs and leave you in the handcuffs for like 15 minutes, making sure enough people done seen you in handcuffs and shit. And then they would give you a ticket, either a disappearance ticket or they would give you a ticket to pay a fine. They have like their own police and their own court system, the Metropolitan Transit Association. Like you don't go to regular court and regular police don't arrest you. They actually have transit police, and their only job is to fight crimes in the subway. But the only crime that they fight in the subway are people who don't pay their fare, like I've done on lots of occasions. Okay, I'm not even gonna front. I did it recently. Last time I was on the train, like a year or 2 years ago. I stopped riding the train during the pandemic. I just I take I wouldn't say an Uber or Lyft, but I use a transportation, because I'm of the age now. I'm in my 50s, so I use a transportation that's connected to my insurance. Where I could get rides, and they only hire immigrants to do this car service for them. They only hire immigrants. And a lot of the people that drive their cars are Ukrainian refugees, mostly Ukrainian refugees. So, that's who gets me around now. But I stopped riding the subway since the pandemic. But even before the pandemic, there were always people begging. There's like I said, 58 of the homeless people here in New York are black. And they are American descendants of slavery, because it's not the black immigrants here who are homeless. The black immigrants come here and they buy homes and houses, like how my grandmama did, my Latin American grandmama, my father's mother did. They come here, they get shit. They're not homeless. They're not homeless like that. They have places to live for them and their families. 2-story houses, 2-family houses, all of that, mostly in Brooklyn and in Queens. So I'm just taking an educated guess and saying that 58% of the homeless people here who are head of households are American Negroes, American descendants of slavery. And that's what it is like in New York City. We have men and women out here begging. And a lot of them, you do have some people who are out here begging for money. And those people are like the junkies, like the white people that are like the opioid addicted white people that will come to Harlem, because in Harlem, in West Harlem, they have what they call a safe house where these people can go and freely do their drugs. They could shoot up, they could smoke up, whatever their chosen poison is, they can do under the supervision of government employees, paid government employees. They do that under the supervision of them, just in case they overdose. They have a can of Narcan ready to shoot them up so they don't die. Right? This is what's going on here. Right? This is what's going on here. It's so bad. I should have bought. I got 2 cans. It's so bad. They got a band. They got a band going through all the neighborhoods in Manhattan. I don't know about Brooklyn, but I'm here in Manhattan. They got vans, Narcan vans going. I got 2. They have the vans, they have people on the street handing out these packages with a thing of Narcan. I got 2 of them. And they're like, you can save a life. If you ever walk past somebody who's ODing, you can save them right quick with this. And they got the Narcan and they got the instructions on how to properly use it. But I've been trained in the medical field. So I pretty much know, but this is for people who don't, because they're giving it out to anybody who will take it. So this is what's going on here. So you do have people that'll be out here begging for money, and I'm guessing it's, I don't know, they're getting all the drugs they need at the safe house. I don't know why they out here begging for money, but yeah, you got white people that'll come down, that white men, white women, and Latinos, Hispanics that are addicted, opioid addicted. I don't know what their situation is. I don't know if maybe they were traumatized, military. Most people who are addicted to drugs have been traumatized in some kind of way where they can't deal with it. That's for the most part. I don't think people take drugs, because it's fun. I think a lot of people who are addicted to these serious drugs, it had to be some real trauma that their minds can't flush out, and they use the drugs to help them sedate that trauma, basically. So I don't know what their past is, but I do know that there's a safe house for them to come and do their drugs under the supervision of paid government employees. The government passes out Narcans. I got 2 of them. They're in my living room. I got 2 of them on the bookcase right there. They're passing that out to people. And I know that white people and Latino people, because white people don't like the addicted ones. A lot of them come from upstate New York. And they come down here because they get more better taken care of. The facilities are here to take care of them, and their addiction. And they'll be out here begging, and they'll be out here begging for money. So anybody who's begging me for money, I walk past them. But a lot of Black people who are out here begging, who are not on drugs, who are literally homeless, who have nowhere to stay, who are hungry. And ever since the pandemic, the soup kitchens have closed and everything. We used to have soup kitchens like on every corner. I've been to a soup kitchen. I've been to a soup kitchen numerous times. You understand what I'm saying? Because I didn't have nothing to eat. That was before the pandemic. When the pandemic hit, everything closed. So now you got these people in the street begging, and When I see these black men and women out here in the street begging that's not drug addicted, that look like they in the street, could use a bath and could use a sandwich or something like that. They're asking for food. They're not asking for money. They're asking for something to eat. They're asking for something to eat. And a lot of times if I do go out, I don't really go out unless, like I said before, I'm going to the grocery store. Unless I have somewhere far to go, then I get in a car and then I go to where I gotta go. But if I'm going to like the corner grocery store or something like that, if I'm not having my food delivered, if I might need something right quick, like I don't have the cinnamon I need for my coffee, or I don't have the cayenne pepper that I need for my salad, something like that. I don't like do no serious grocery shopping, not anymore because my sons moved out. They on their own now, right? Every time I go there, somebody begging me, like, I'm hungry. Can you give me something to eat? And I'm not the kind of person that want to hear somebody. I can't hear somebody say that they're hungry. So I won't give them any money, but I'll be like, you can follow me to the store. I'll be glad to get you a hero sandwich. For those of y'all that don't know what a hero sandwich, I think in Philadelphia they call them hoagies, but these are like sandwiches on Italian bread. We call those a hero. So you can get it on a hero or you can get it on a regular roll. A roll is like, it tastes like Italian bread, but it's just round. And it looks like a Kaiser bun, right? If you don't know what a Kaiser bun is, then I don't know what to tell you. But a hero, so is on a sandwich on an Italian bread. So I'm like, because the supermarkets now, you can get a hero sandwich in there with like a drink and a bag of potatoes just for like $6. You know what I'm saying? I have no problem doing that. And I'd be like, come on, follow me. You can come with me, get you a sandwich. I'll pay for it and everything. A lot of times, the Hispanic people that be guarding the store and stuff, they take your bag so you don't steal shit. They be looking at these people funny and shit. And I'm like, no, no, no. They with me. I'm about to buy them a sandwich. You know what I'm saying? So I let them come in, let them order what they want, let the man make it. Then I tell them just wait outside so it won't be no problems. I'm going to go to the cashier. I'm going to pay for it. I'm bringing you your sandwich out. You understand? I've done that like I'm not looking for no pat in the back for it. What I'm saying is if somebody say that they're hungry and if I can feed them, I will feed them. If I can't feed them, if I know where they can go to a food pantry or a soup kitchen, I will let them know where a food pantry is. But like I said, since the pandemic, it's been really bad. A lot of the soup kitchens had closed, because the soup kitchens was feeding a lot of people out here. The soup kitchens were feeding a lot of people, black men and black women. And black women be out here begging too. I'm telling you, I just bought somebody, a black woman, a sandwich. And I'm not saying that because I don't want no pat on the back for that. I'm just saying that to say that's what it's like here in New York City. Most of the people who are homeless and who are begging here are black men and women and children. And children. They got their kids out here with them. So this man was murdered. He had 44 arrests. I've had a few arrests in my life. If I die and they come out and say, oh, this bitch had 10 arrests, all of a sudden you're going to assume that I'm an evil person. I told you what my arrest, disorderly conduct. They're not going to tell you that, though. They're not going to tell you that I was arrested because I was out there protesting back in the day in the 80s when our advisor and our mentor, Dr. Betty Shabazz, used to get us out of trouble when we was out there protesting the budget cuts for the they was trying to cut the budgets for the high school for public education for the high schoolers and for college. They was trying to raise our tuition when most of the people in the government, the governors, the city council, the senators, most of those people back then, they went to the city and state university for free. That's when college tuition was free. And they was trying to make us, pay a whole lot of money. So yeah, I was arrested. I got out because of Dr. Betty Shabazz. Y'all know Dr. Betty Shabazz was Malcolm X wife. and she was actually the president of public relations at Medgar Evers College, the college that I went to, which is a college of the City University of New York, a CUNY college. So you have CUNY, City University of New York, and then you have SUNY, State University of New York. And most of the people in politics back then, in my day, in my youthful day, they all went to school for free. They all went to college, City University and State University for free. But so yeah, I was arrested. I was arrested for disorderly conduct. I was arrested for obstruction. I remember one time I was going to the movies to go see Back to the Future and Young Sherlock Holmes, and there was police was harassing some man, and there was a little white boy trying to tell the police it wasn't him, it was somebody else who, you know, took my little $2 or whatever. It wasn't this man, but you know, he was black, and they just wanted to arrest anybody, you know. So, you know, back then I was a real social justice warrior, and I was like, what are y'all doing? Why you hit a little white boy telling you he's not identifying him as the perp? Why are you messing with this man? So instead of arresting the man, I don't know if they arrested him or not, because they were still there fucking with me, but they damn sure did take me in the back of their motherfucking car, and they brought me to the precinct. That was on 42nd Street and Broadway. So they brought me to the precinct and had me locked up in a little pen. I was supposed to be on my way to the movies, and then I saw the captain, and the captain just gave me a desk appearance ticket, which means that I just had to show up. This is regular court, because like I said, police, there's regular police, then there's police for the Metropolitan Transit Authority. They're like police, but they're not like real police. Like if they see anybody committing a crime outside of the train station, then they're obliged to, you know, intervene. But mostly they deal with the subway. But I was arrested for that. They let me go, and then I went to go see the movies. You know what I'm saying? But you know, if I die, if I get murdered or somebody chokes me out, you know, because I was hungry or something like that, and they come on the news and they're like, oh, this bitch had an arrest record. She was arrested 10 times. They're not going to tell you why I was arrested. They're not going to tell you I was arrested for hopping the subway. They're not going to tell you I was arrested for protesting politics and budget cuts. They're not going to tell you that I was arrested for disorderly conduct, which was the charge that I got for intervening disorderly conduct. I got that charge. I was also arrested another time for obstruction, you know. Boy, I tell you, they're not going to tell you that. They're just going to make it seem like, you know, I was just a hardened criminal. And one time that actually happened to me, I was arrested. I spent the night in fucking lockup, you know, waiting to see the judge the next day. And it was over somebody who, to make a long story short, it was one of my landlords. To make a long story short, it was one of my landlords who accused me of breaking into his apartment, because it was in a private house, breaking into his apartment and what they call that, assaulting him. Child, and I was much thinner than I was now. You know what I'm saying? I was a mere 125 pounds. You understand what I'm saying? But I was arrested for that. Police took me in. You know what I'm saying? Police took me in. I was arrested for that. And it was so funny because, I mean, I even had to look at the DA and was like, damn, you know, he's really good. You know, I had one of those, how you say, court-appointed attorneys. I'm going all off. I was supposed to be talking about something, but I had a court-appointed attorney, and the DA was like, yeah, you know, she assaulted this man, and she has a criminal record. She even have a ticket that she didn't even pay. You know, she still owes the city of New York. And let me tell y'all, that ticket that he was talking about, this was the DA, he was talking about the one where I got arrested when I was going to the movies, and I intervened when they were trying to arrest that black man who the white kid was saying wasn't, you know, the perp. You know what I'm saying? He was talking about that. That was like 10 years later. I'm like, damn, y'all still bringing that shit up. And I asked the attorney, he was like, yeah, yeah, they're gonna bring it up because you owe them money. I think I had to pay a fine of like $270 or some shit for disorderly conduct. I never, to this day, I still ain't pay that shit. And if they hear me watching this video now, they're gonna come after me for their money. Because that's one thing I learned about New York City. They don't play, or New York State, they don't play when it comes to their money. Like they like, bitch, better have my money. So yeah, it was like 10 years after that, and they was like, yeah, he was like, yeah, just make sure when you get out of here, you pay the you just pay the money. Just do that. But then the judge was looking at me like, and looking at the DA like, because he was putting on, he was dramatic and everything. Like, if I didn't know any better, if I didn't know who I was, I would have believed this man and thought like I was a hardened criminal and I deserved to have 30 years in jail. Like, for real, he was good with the dramatics and everything. I'm telling you. So that's what I see that they're doing to this man that was murdered. Like, they're like, oh yeah, like he deserved what he got. No, he didn't deserve what he got. There's a lot of people in this city that are hungry. He didn't attack anybody. He didn't have any weapons, and the dude couldn't weigh more than 90 pounds, And this gentrifier who murdered him is a Marine. He's a military. He was trained for combat, so he should know. First of all, he didn't even do it to the man's face. He snuck him, and he grabbed him in a chokehold. He snuck him, and he did that. So, and then he took him down on the ground with him. So doing, first of all, he did that. And he's trained in combat, so he really do know that when you put in somebody in a chokehold, that you are restricting their air supply, and that they could more than likely die. They could more than likely die. This man didn't. I feel bad because this man didn't. He didn't. He didn't. Yeah, he had an arrest record, but he didn't have any weapons and he didn't attack anybody. He said that he was hungry. He took off his jacket and he said he didn't care. He could go to jail today. He probably wanted to go to jail because at least in jail, I know as many times as I've been locked up in the patty, in the holding cell, they got to give you a sandwich. They give you a bologna sandwich and with the packs of mayonnaise and the packs of mustard and some milk. That's what they'll do. They'll give you that. So at least he would have had a meal. But he didn't, to be choked out like that and to be murdered like that, he didn't deserve to die. And then to see the expression on that white man's face, I'm telling you, it looked like he was very satisfied. He had the expression of satisfaction of taking a nigga out. That's exact. And he probably even had an orgasm. I know that they blurred it after a while. They blurred all of that. But if you were to see what I saw when it first happened, I saw the whole thing. I saw when he was laying there with the dude in the chokehold, laying there, looking very satisfied. Like, and then the two Hispanic Latinos who everybody keeps saying is black is not black. Because like I said, these people do not identify themselves as black. Who what the fuck would want to identify as black in this country? Like, really, who would want to do that? My father, Blacker Than a Million Midnights, came from a Latin American country and lived here and was grateful for America for giving him his citizenship, and he would not identify as black. Who the fuck wants to do? I want to be white. Hold on, I want to be white. What about that? I don't even want to identify. I don't even identify as black. I'm not black no more. Who the fuck want to identify as black? Who wants to do that? I don't. I want to be white. But it's just, if you would have seen those people that they're not black. They don't identify as black. So people be on social media just talking, and I think they just do it because they want the clicks and likes and stuff, and They get, like, if you're not Black, you getting a good YouTube check, like $20,000 a month. A lot of these Jews and non-Black people who have these YouTube channels with all of these subscribers and all of these clicks and likes and stuff like that, they are getting checks of $20,000 a month easy. They're getting those Google checks, $20,000 a month easy. Black people got to be on here begging. They're not making no $20,000 a month check. Even if they do got $350,000 subscribers, 350,000 subscribers. They're not making. They probably lucky to get a check for $1,500 a month from YouTube, and that's just the way it is. Who wants to be Black? Who really wants to be Black? Because I know I don't. I know I don't. I want to be white. I want to be white. I don't want a white man. I don't want white penis. I just want to be white. Just America. Just make me white. Let's just keep it simple. Just make me white. But yeah, it's just really bad, and I just hate hearing people talking and they don't know what the hell that they talking about. Like, you don't live here. You don't know what's going on. What about what's going on where you live at? What's going on where you live at? You're over here. There's people that's been homeless. And most of the homeless people here are Black. Homeless and hungry. So what are you gonna say about that? Men and women, they deserve to die if they hungry and they asking for help. Because from what I heard, the dude was asking for something to eat. He wasn't even asking for no money. He was asking for something to eat. And they do that on the subway. A lot of them will come through the train and they'll be begging. They won't ask for money. They'll be like, if you got some water on you, if you got a half-eaten sandwich, we eat a lot of bagels out here in New York. If you got half a bagel, that's what they be asking for. They don't be asking for like no money like that. And for you to put somebody out to kill them because they was hungry and asking for some food and was at their wits' end because of that, just because you've never been hungry and you don't know what it's like to be hungry. I don't know what it's like to be hungry enough to want to slap somebody. That was a saying back then, in among Black people. Black people would say something like that. Like, I'm so fucking hungry, I could slap somebody. That was like a saying. It didn't mean that you was going to slap somebody. It just meant that, that's just how we spoke. Black vernacular. That's just how we spoke. You were so hungry you could slap somebody. I can't imagine, even when I did go and eat at a soup kitchen, it wasn't like I was starving. Like, I would have passed out from starvation and hunger. It wasn't even like that. You know what I'm saying? More than enough times it was because I just wanted to eat. And I didn't have no money to go to like a restaurant or some shit, and I didn't feel like cooking, so I just went to the soup kitchen. Because as long as you show up, they'll feed you. You don't have to have no ID, no nothing like that. You just show up, and they'll feed you. You might got to sit through their church service or some shit like that, but just show up and they'll feed you. They won't like turn you away. They don't turn people away from the soup kitchen here. And like I said, that's been closed since the pandemic. So a lot more people have been begging since then. And a lot more people have been begging are Black people. And it's American descendants of slavery. It's not Black immigrants, because 48% of the people who own homes in this city are immigrants. 48% of the homeowners in this city are immigrants. That's almost more than half. And I'm getting these stats from the comptroller's office, the New York State Comptroller's office, okay? I'm not making these numbers up in my head or anything like that. It's real here. It's real here, And to hear somebody say that they're hungry, and for Black people to go on the internet talking about, yeah, he deserved that. You shouldn't, like, for Black people to be going on the internet saying that, and on social media saying shit like that, instead of speaking to the problem that plagues them, you know, it's just disgusting. It's just disgusting to see that. Like I expect that from other people, but to see black people doing that, like y'all don't know that y'all setting a precedent for yourselves. I'm gonna be okay because I'm first generation immigrant, so I don't even identify on application as black. Before I started following Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore, I never identified as black. I always identified as Hispanic and other. I never checked that black African American box. I never did that shit. But after I started following Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore, I checked the other box, but this time I write in American descendant of slavery. I still check the Hispanic box, but Hispanic, not of Black American or African American descent, because that's how they ask you, right? Are you Hispanic, not Black or African American descent? Yeah, I check that box. I check that fucking box, right? And then since I started following Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore, I check the other box and I write in American descendant of slavery because it's not the same thing as black and it's not the same thing as African American, because Africans come over here from their country in Africa, wherever they come over here and they identify as African American. They do that. And I don't want to be black. I want to be white. I don't want a white man. I don't want no white penis. I don't want none of that. I don't want none of that. I just want to be white. And I just want America to do the legislation like how they made my immigrant father an American citizen. I want America to do legislation to make me white so I can get the same privileges as white people. So I don't have to go through my immigrant status to get the same privileges that white people get. You understand what I'm saying? So I want to be able to identify as American descendant of slavery who get privileges that white people get. I want white privilege. That's what I want. I want to be white. I don't want no white man. I don't want no white penis. I don't want none of that. I just want to be white. Just make me white. Just make me white. But it's sad to see black people on here, like condoning that. Like you don't know you're condoning your own demise. Like you're on here and you're condoning your own freaking demise, man. Like you just don't know. You just don't know. You don't even live here and you don't know what's going on. What about where you live? I know you're not living in no white people neighborhood because I know they're not going to let you live there. So all of that talk about getting out of Blackistan and leave Blackistan, that's a fantasy. Like Blackistan is a state of mind. And I'm going to talk about that also in my women's group. Blackistan is a state of mind. The community is the black woman. It is the black woman. The black woman is the community. It is the community. But that's another story too. But you don't know, like I could hide behind my immigrant privilege, and I could, because I do get privilege as an immigrant. You see how they bringing all these immigrants over here, and they're illegal at that. My father didn't even come over here illegally, but let me tell you, we got 61,000 illegal aliens here right now in New York State that the governor from Texas done brought over here, and they getting the best of. You got black people out here begging in the street for a piece of bread. And these illegal immigrants came over here. Let me tell you, they got private hotel room in the best hotels that they would never put a nigga up in. Okay. They got the best private rooms with running water, toilet, good food, 3 square meals a day. Yeah, boy, I tell you, they got Obama phones, you know what I'm saying? They got free phones. They go into the technical center where you can get a free education to do horticulture, electrician, plumbing, and that tech, how they call it, that TIA certificate for help desk, computer help desk technician. and maintenance, because you got to do some OSHA thing to be a maintenance person now. So they even making it hard for you to have a fucking job cleaning up shit. Now you got to be certified by OSHA. Well, I tell you. So they getting all of this for free. And you got black people out here begging for something to eat and homeless. They ain't got no place to stay. And I don't mean to laugh at that, but black people on here talking about how that man deserved to get taken out like that when all he wanted was something to eat. Like, you are speaking to your own demise. And at the same time, I have a feeling that a lot of black people who come on social media saying that are not even American Negro. That they're not, those are the people that have come over here on the American Negro back and reap all the benefits. You know what I'm saying? Like a damn, why my glasses? Like a boy, I tell you, it's bad. It's really, really bad. It's really bad. Illegal immigrants are coming over here and they get everything. We got about 61,000 of them in this city right now that's getting well taken care of. And then you got black men and women and children in the street begging, living in the subway, no fucking place, literally living in the subway tunnels. That's where they live. Ain't got no place to go. And black people on social media talking about, oh yeah, that should have happened. Oh, yeah, good for. I heard some people saying, yeah, good. It's good that white man took him out. That's why black women can get homicided and all kinds of things. Because while you over here praising this gentrifier for taking somebody's life when he ain't had no right to do that, while you over here praising him for doing that, they're allowing you to be homicided by anybody. It don't even matter. Whoever wants to homicide you can homicide you. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I tell you. Oh, I tell you. What a fucking mess. What a fucking mess. Yeah, healing arts. You work with the yeah, it is bad. It's really bad here in New York too. It's a mess. But a lot of the people who are homeless and in the street out here are not always opioid addicted, and they're not always mentally ill. That's another thing. They want to say that this man was mentally ill. Well, first of all, I want to say, after working in the healthcare field for more than 30 years, that it's against the law for you to even speak about anybody's medical condition, whether it's a physical medical condition or a mental condition. It's a mental condition is still considered a medical condition. And you can't come out here and legally say that. Nobody can come out here and legally say that I'm mentally ill. You can't do that. You can't just come out here and be like, oh yeah, that bitch is mentally ill. You can't do that. You like that's illegal. So that's what they're doing. They're using that mental illness, and the problem out here is homelessness. The problem out here is black people are homeless, ain't got men and women and children are homeless, ain't got no food to eat, and ain't got no fucking where to stay. That's the issue. It's not mental illness. The man, was grieving. I know a white man who is homeless, living in the street now. You don't know what his situation is. Yeah, and he in the street begging. He in the street begging. What brought him to that state is not because he's lazy and won't get a job. Somebody in that state can't work. He used to be a what you call it, a EMS person, an ambulance, somebody who drive a medic, a medic. That's what he used to be on the ambulance bus. He was called to a situation unknowing that day. That situation that he was called to was his own home, where he found his wife and his daughter raped and murdered. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the R word, but this happened to a white man. So I figure if I say something about a white man, you'll have more sympathy, because as black people, white men and white women are your gods and your goddesses. It's very easy to tell how y'all got Miss Pearly Curl and this other Brad, who I told y'all that Brad was really a Jew. Brad is not white. White men don't really want you like that. You understand? They don't, unless it's for a ritual for sex. That's about it. But other than that, they're never going to take you home to their family. You're never going to meet their family. You're never going to meet their mother, their father, their brother, their sister, their aunt, their uncle, their grandma, their grandpa. The only thing you'll be good for is the bedroom, and they'll just keep you hidden away. They'll keep you hidden away, and you thinking you living a good life because you got mental issues, and Brad is insecurity issues, which are mental issues, and Brad is paying your bills, right? Yeah, Brad got himself a little black slut that he will never bring home to his family. Okay, will never bring you home to his family. He got a little black slut that he could slave play all day long. Y'all don't know if y'all know about slave play that was written right here. It was shown at the theater right here in Manhattan, written by two gay black dudes, as a matter of fact. And it was about sex and sexuality during colonialism times, during slavery times in America, in the institution of America. And you know, and it was just disgusting. And I actually didn't go see the play, but I actually went just to see who the audience was, and it was a lot of fucking white men, not Brad, because Brad is a Jew. Brad is a Jew. Okay, it was a lot of white men that were there. Okay, in that audience. And I think it was like the play was like soft porn. It was like a soft porn play where they showed the black slave woman getting, you know, getting that white pain from her white slave master who was taking care of her. She was the favorite slave, you know what I'm saying? He was paying all her bills. She didn't have to get any whoopings or anything because she was taking that white pain, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, he's just gonna have him a little private slut. He will never bring you home. He will never bring you home, okay? So while y'all out here talking all of that, you should be trying to be white like me. You should be like me trying to be white instead of trying to get some white penis. Well, I tell you, y'all the ones that are mentally ill. But anyway, you can't speak about the mentally ill like that. That's illegal to be out here talking to. That's like that's HIPAA laws. They have HIPAA laws to protect people and their medical conditions. So the news, what the news are telling you about his medical condition of mental illness is false. They don't know because they don't have his medical records. And you got to go through a whole lot of shit to get people medical records. So they don't have his medical records. The mayor don't have his medical records. Nobody has his medical records, but they want to be out here calling him mentally ill. And the back to that white man, because y'all love white people so much that they your gods and goddesses, like I was saying, like Pearly Pearl, Pearly Curl, whatever the hell that. She ugly too. And she a Jew too. She a Jew. She ain't even white. She a Jew passing for white. But remember what I told y'all in my other video, you know, like y'all need to watch it. She a Jew passing for white. She a Jew passing for white. And she ugly too. But anyway, and the other Brad, who's a Jew, who's out here talking about y'all like y'all ain't shit. I tell you, what a mess. What a fucking mess. Anyway, those are y'all gods and goddesses, right? But this white dude who y'all gonna have pity for, who's out here in the street begging and homeless, is not because he's on drugs or on dope. Maybe he is now because of what happened, but he had a past trauma. And like I said, he used to be a medic, and he was called to a situation, and that situation was his wife and daughter. He saw laying flat out, raped and murdered, murdered and raped and murdered. I don't know which way it happened, because there are some necrophiliacs out here in this city. You know, New York, you find a little bit of everything out here, right? It's no surprise out here. You know what I'm saying? But and because of that trauma, he wasn't right anymore. He wasn't right anymore. So he just let himself go And now he's living in the street begging for something to eat. And you would never know that he suffered that past trauma. You would probably assume all kinds of worse. You would never know he suffered that past trauma. And you would probably be like, go get a job. Well, he's white, so you probably wouldn't say go get a job. You'd probably give him some money. That's why them white junkies come to East Harlem, because they know that black people are gonna give them some money when they beg for it. They know black people are gonna do that. But when a black person who looked like them walking by and asking them for something to eat, not even no money, just asking them for something to eat, they're gonna keep on walking. They're not even gonna stop right there at the store and go buy them a bag of potato chips. They ain't even gonna do that. They just gonna keep on walking. Yeah. Hey, Tiny Twist. Glad you're here. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. To you too. Thank you. I hope y'all had a good Mother's Day today. While I'm over here talking my shit. I was supposed to be talking about the ministry. But it's been so much going on. It's just been so much going on. And with the it's just so much going on. So this white man who y'all will probably give money to, because they're your gods, no matter what state they're in, they're your gods and your goddesses, you know, you'll give them money to. And but this black man who asks for something to eat, y'all will just keep walking. And that's what he did. And they keep calling him mentally ill. He wasn't mentally ill. He was homeless and he was hungry. You know, yeah, he had a trauma in his past life. His mother was murdered by her living boyfriend, a Latino. He looked like he was black, but I'm positive that he does not identify as that. Okay. And I remember that happened. I remember that was in the news. She was murdered by him, and he put her body parts in a suitcase and left her on the highway in a car. He was trying to bury the body somewhere, but he left it in there too long. And if it wasn't for somebody, because it started smelling, and if it wasn't for somebody who noticed that and called the authorities, but his mother was murdered. Uh, his mother was murdered, and I think this happened when he was 11. So he hasn't been the same since then. He hasn't been the same. And I just want to say, I'm not going to say that he was mentally ill. I'm going to say that he was grieving. Just the same way that white man who came across his wife and his daughter raped and murdered while he was working as an EMS. Neither one of them can get a job now. They can't work. They can't support themselves because they've been traumatized and they're grieving. I'm not going to even call that mentally ill. I'm going to say that they're grieving because there's no wrong or right way to grieve. There's no set way to grieve, and there's no amount of time of grieving. People can grieve for the rest of their freaking life, and I'm only speaking through experience because I've lost somebody besides my grandmama, who was like a mother to me, and my father, and I love them both very, very much, but I've lost somebody who I considered family. We wasn't blood related or anything, but they were family to me. I love this person that much. No, it wasn't a boyfriend. No, it wasn't nothing like that. It wasn't nothing sexual. Please get your minds out the gutter. I love this person like they was my family. And this person loved me the same way. Like we had each other's back. I'm telling you, I love this person. So when this person was murdered for no freaking good reason, when this person was taken out like that, when this person was murdered, I mean, my whole world, it felt like everything just fell. Like I've never felt like that before. I've never lost somebody like that, it took a toll on me. I was grieving, and I grieved for years for that person. I went into depression, everything. It just, I've never experienced something like that, where somebody was taken from me who I really, really loved and really, you know, loved and gave a fuck about like that. So I grieved for a long time. And I'm saying that to say that there's no right or there's no wrong way to grieve. I might have done stuff that people would have considered crazy, while I was grieving, you know but it doesn't mean that I was crazy. I was just grieving. Just like this man who was on the train begging for something to eat, who was already grieving and he was hungry, you know. Anyway, it's just a mess. I don't believe that his life should have been taken out. And I believe that any black person that's on here condoning what that gentrifier did, they're only um they're only they're only contributing to their own demise. That's what they're not only making a contribution to their own demise, but they're also making a contribution to the demise of their loved ones, the people that they love and the people that they care about. Because to these people, we all look alike to them. They don't distinguish, that um, they don't distinguish that, you know, my father was an immigrant. They just see him as a black person. Now, until he opens up his mouth and identify himself as other such, then, but they see us all the same. And what you're doing is you're condoning your own demise. That's what you're doing. And the black community, the so-called black community, is the women. It's the women in that community. And I hear y'all saying that, these black men ain't shit. Well, I'm not just gonna say black men. I'm gonna say all men, because women all over the world are catching hell. It's not just black men in America. It's not just uh, African men in Africa. It's women all over the world. In Asian countries, except for Nepal, but in Asian countries, Latin American countries, it's women all over the world that's catching hell from men. Period. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna say all men, and I'm not gonna discriminate against their color, because they're the ones running the world right now. They're the ones running the world. Either it's the white man running the world, or it's other people who are men running the world that want to be like the white people who's running the world. You know what I'm saying? It's they're the ones that are threatening nuclear bombs and nuclear war, and I'm encouraging it. I'm like, just go ahead, because today is a good day. Everybody could die for all I care. Like, that's just how I feel. I'm not scared of death. I'm not scared of any of that. So I'm like, y'all are just y'all are just condoning your own demise. But the truth is I see American ADOS people, American descendants of slavery, going extinct. I, like they already did an article about that 20 years ago, but I think because of so-called racist purposes, they had to delete that article. But they already did an article about that, saying that the Negro American was going extinct. That's why they got museums. That's why they got slave museums. They built that one in Alabama because they know it's coming. And then they changed it to saying, instead of saying that American Negro was going extinct, they changed the jargon, and they said the American Negro wealth will be zero at the end of, I think they said 20 2063. I think it's going to accelerate much sooner than 2063. I think it's going to happen much faster than that. But they said the American Negro wealth will be zero by this time. And I'm telling you, can't nobody survive. Forget live, but how can you even survive with zero wealth? You'll be like Jordan Neely in the street and on the subway begging for a bologna sandwich. And people are gonna look at you like they disgusted and they're gonna choke you out. They're gonna choke you out just for begging for something to eat. You know, that's what's gonna happen. You know, I don't know how you can survive with no wealth. Like you can't live. You can't survive. You can't exist. Put it like that. You can't exist with zero wealth. Not in America. Not in America. You can't exist with zero wealth. But Antonio Moore did a good video about the future of jobs, the tech jobs, and how AI robots were taking over and everything. And that's another thing because my youngest son, he's a genius. So I'm so glad he working, but he's going back to school this year to get his engineering degree. He's going back, and I'm so glad he decided to do that. But I guess, like I said, men are much more slower. They have intelligence in certain things, but other parts of them are just more slower to mature. I can't really explain it. It's a whole science to it, and I'm not going to really get into it now. But I'm not saying that to say that they're not smart, that they're dumb. Like my son is a genius, but in certain aspects of his growth and development, he's slow as fuck. You know what I'm saying? He's just slow like that. And I'm glad his education was one thing, and I'm glad he decided to go back to school this fall. His thing, is well, he decided to go back to school this fall, but he had to experience life, and he had to experience life as a young black man to know, to have the maturity to say, okay, this is what I need to do because it's not going to happen for me here because this is not working. Like he works, he got a government job. I got that idea from Antonio Moore years ago when my boys were still in high school. You know what I'm saying? They both got government jobs. They both work for the government. So they got stability and security. The thing is that they're not doing what it is that they want to do, and like they know that you got to be happy doing what you want to do, right? So he's going back to school for his engineering degree. Even with his genius, even with his genius, he's been trying to get employment where he stays at home and he can do his tech genius stuff online. And he's young. I got a job. I was able to transition, online work because of the field that I work in, and I had so many years experience that I could transition to the administrative side. I don't need a degree or anything like that for that, what I'm doing. I've noticed that a lot of the young people for online work, they want you to have a degree. They want you to have a degree. That's if they're going to even hire you from this country. I've also noticed that too. My son noticed that also. Even more him because he's more skilled than I am. He was trying to get an online job with all the tech stuff, right? And he couldn't do it. And I finally told him, I was like, look, child, the American corporation will hire, somebody remotely from India or hire somebody remotely from Africa to do the job for like $2 an hour, whereas they won't have to pay you by American labor law. They would have to pay you like $50 an hour for that same job that they hired out remotely to another country. So that's what American companies are doing for the high tech jobs, because there's a lot of genius on the continent of Africa and in India in terms of this high tech stuff. I know that, in the mainstream media, they get laughed at a lot and they're called backwards and slow and not intelligent. But American corporations are hiring these people for these remote jobs that has anything to do with debugging their technical stuff that I don't really understand that my son can do, but they're not willing to pay him $50 an hour. They're gonna hire somebody remotely from India or Africa for like $3 an hour and shit. So so I'm glad he decided to go back to school and get his degree. And like I said, I don't want my grandbabies I don't want my grandbabies born and bred here. So again, I encourage them to take their education, take their passports, and leave and go to another country and just be a productive global citizen. You know, just be a productive global citizen. Go somewhere where you'll be treated, better. Go somewhere where you'll be treated better, where your skills will be appreciated, and where you can like live and not survive, you know. So I'm glad he decided to go back to school, but that's what they're doing. It's a shame. It's a shame. And black people in this country, like with Yvette Cornell and Antonio Moore fighting for reparations, and then you got black people fighting against that. So we don't need no handouts. What you mean you don't need no handouts? When I see most of y'all out here begging and shit, yeah, you need a handout. Hey, Ocean of Daughters, happy Mother's Day to you. I hope you had a good Mother's Day. So, yeah, y'all out here talking about y'all don't need a handout, but I see y'all out here begging. Like I said, 58% of the people in New York City are homeless. 58% men, women, and children. I'm not just talking about adults. I'm talking about men, women, and children homeless. 58% American descendants of slavery. Because the immigrants are doing very well here. Because this whole city was built on immigration. It was built on freed slaves, freed men. They called themselves here in New York. They called themselves freed slaves. This city was built on freed slaves and immigrants. Okay, because freed slaves built all of Harlem. They built Harlem. They leveled the land in Staten Island also. So, I tell you, it's a mess. So y'all saying y'all don't need no reparations, y'all don't need a handout, but 58% of y'all out here is homeless and begging, right? But y'all don't need a handout. You can do it yourself and start your own business. You can't start your own business here if you don't have any legislation to protect you. That's why foreigners can come over here and put businesses in your communities. And the black community is the women. It's the women. It's the women who are the black communities because they're the ones that give birth and rear the children. So they are the community. They're the ones that make up the community. They're the ones that populate the community. They're the ones that's supposed to build the community. And when I say build the community, I'm not talking about brick and mortar shit, like building a house. I know Negro males that could fucking build a house out of with materials out of Home Depot. Is anybody giving them the chance to do that? Can you buy the materials for them to do that? Why are you talking about they need to be building? Can you buy, like, you giving your purse strings to them for all other kinds of shit? Can you give your purse strings for them to build a fucking house out of Home Depot? Because I know Negro males that can do that with their bare hands. The black community are the women. It's the women that populate the community. It's the women that rear and build the community. And like I said, by building the community, I'm not talking about brick and mortar shit. I'm talking about spiritually building the community. I'm talking about mentally building the community. Because the micro family, first of all, the micro family is just the bigger society is a reflection of the macrocosm, which is the bigger society. is a reflection of the microcosm or the microorganism, which is the family. You know, mother and child. I'm not even gonna put the father in there because y'all keep with this shit. I know y'all don't know who your fathers is. I'm sorry to you that you don't know who your father is. But I'm gonna tell you, as somebody who had their father in their life that knows what to expect from a man, you know, I barely saw him because he was always working. I barely saw him, right? And when I had my sons, I barely saw their father because he was always working. And as it should be, as it should be, I barely saw him. I mean, notwithstanding the fact that I can't like really be around somebody like that. Like I don't like people up under me like that. You understand what I'm saying? Notwithstanding the fact, but you know, he was always working. I didn't work. He had to provide. He had to provide. That's what he did. He had to provide, and yeah, he protect. But when he couldn't do it, when he was there, because he had to work all the time, you know, I keep the peace with me. He left it there with me. You get what I'm saying? So if anybody wanted to test my gangster, I was ready. You understand what I'm saying? I ain't got no problem protecting me and mine. Because like I said already, I would beat a bitch ass over my sons. Yeah, I would do that. I would definitely do that because my sons won't put their hands on a woman. But I will. I will do that. But anyway, and I don't apologize for that. I don't apologize for that. And if you offended because I love my sons, then you know, I don't know what to tell you. I ain't gonna lose no sleep over it. I ain't gonna lose no sleep over it. But anyway, I was saying, damn, what was anyway, with this whole thing, oh my God, I've been on here 2 hours already and I didn't even talk about the daggone ministry. Anyway, it's just a shame. It's just the same. The black women are the community. Y'all keep talking about the black community or the black community. It's y'all. Y'all are the black community. Y'all are responsible for populating it and rearing those men that you give birth to, the men that you give birth to, and the women that you give birth to. You know, because I don't have any daughters, so I'm only responsible to those that truly love me and who I gave birth to. And those that truly love me are the ones that I actually gave birth to. You understand what I'm saying? I can't even say they daddy truly love me, you know, but I know they do. You understand what I'm saying? But they're your responsibility. They're your responsibility. That's how you are the black community. You're responsible for building that black community. You're responsible for building the community. That's on your shoulders. And that's the way it's always been from the beginning of our existence, you know, because we were here first, right? And I'm not even talking about melanated people. I'm talking about women. We were here first. We were the first. I'm not even gonna get into that. That's another thing for my ministry. But we were here first, so that responsibility lies on us, community. That's what I say when I said when I did my other video about Goldman Sachs giving away money to the black community, to the women, because we are the community. And anyway, Goldman Sachs was only giving that money away to immigrant women because it's only immigrant black women that can come over here and start a business or a nonprofit and have a budget salary of $500,000 a year. You know what I'm saying? Because I know there was people on YouTube lying, talking about they got some of that money. They fucking lying. Because I looked at the requirements. I own a ministry, a legit ministry with a tax identification number and everything, and an employee identification number. I'm listed by the IRS as a charitable 501c3 organization, all of that. And I couldn't even qualify for that grant because I don't have a budget, an operating budget of $500,000. And that was the requirement, that you have to have a budget of $500,000. And it was bitches on here lying to my ear. They got some of that money. Lies, lies. You know, people just say whatever the fuck they want to say. And I believe a lot of these people are demons on here, soulless, spiritless people that are misleading a lot of people by saying shit like that and saying shit like, you know, hate black men or hate this and they misleading people. Like if you're gonna tell the truth and shame the devil, so to speak, tell the whole truth. That means tell on your fucking self. That's what I'm talking about. Because I will tell the truth. I will tell on my fucking self. That's how much I fucking tell the truth. I will tell on my motherfucking self. And these people out here, they're not doing it. So they telling you one thing while they holding some shit back. And they misleading you. But the woman is the community. It is her responsibility, and it has been that responsibility ever since our existence in this dimension. It's been our responsibility. The community is our responsibility. We are the community. We populate the community. We rear that community. We bring these men and women up to be men and women. You understand what I'm saying? Like, there is no excusing that. There is no excusing that. And there's no putting the blame on nobody else. Like, I hear people say, like, and I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry because, like I said, there was two different sets of people. There were two different beings. There are two different bloodlines, right? Any scientist will tell you that opposites repel. Opposites do not attract, right? You probably don't have to be a scientist to know this, but the popular, I was listening to an old song that came on Light 101 FM that I listened to that played all the good rock and roll and soft pop music from like the 80s and the 70s. And they played this one song called Opposites Attract. It was a guy and a girl singing. I remember that song from way back when too. And they was talking about, you know, she was talking about how she liked to do this, and he was singing about how he liked to do that. But even though they so different, they attract each other. That's another spell for you people for your demise. Opposites do not attract. Any scientist would tell you that want to listen that opposites do not attract. Opposites repel each other. People attract each other based on their same frequency. We were all born in sin, but we were all born on different sins. If you know anything about math and algebra, sin is a frequency. So yeah, we were all born in sin. We were all born on a frequency, right? The frequencies that we're born on, if it's different from somebody else's, will repel each other. If you're on the same frequency, or if your frequency matches another person, you'll attract each other. You're more than likely to come together. See, this is why I'm by myself. This is why I'm by myself. And I don't mind it. I also don't mind being alone. I don't mind isolating myself. I don't mind being alone because I'm not lonely, number one. If you're lonely when you're alone, then you're in bad company. Go figure. So I'm not lonely. I don't mind being alone because I understand that not everybody is on my same level. Like, you really got to be on my level. A lot of times when I feel like I have to teach or lecture, a lot of times I have to come down a notch or two in order to do that. And I felt that the only beings that I did not have to come down, you know, off of my level, off of my frequency to communicate to were my sons. But like I said, those are souls that chose to come through me. You know, those are beings that chose to come through my womb, to come through my vessel. They chose me to do that. So I'm the lucky person. But those are the only people who never felt like I had to come down a notch or two to explain shit to, you know, to teach. But it's like everybody else, I have to leave from up there and I have to come down here, and like it's it can get very daunting. That's why I don't do a lot of that's why I don't do a lot of YouTube videos, and that's why I did the ministry. So this way, it can be people who are like-minded. I don't want to be talking with people who are not like-minded. You understand what I'm saying? Who are not on my same frequency or trying to get to that frequency. Like, I don't mind if you're trying to get to that frequency, but if you're the kind of person that's on a certain frequency and you just want to stay on that frequency and you want to be stuck there, then you can't come around me. You can't come around me. That's why I'm by myself. That's exactly why I'm by myself, because you got a lot of people that just prefer to be on the frequency that they on. And because, we got free will, that gift that was given to us by the heavens, by the goddess, we got free will, I can't do anything except just remove myself from that being that refuses to elevate their frequency. And that's all I can do. I'm not going to admonish them and call them all kinds of names. I'm not even going to do it. I'm not even going to do all of that. I'm just, okay. Like, you don't exist to me. You just don't exist, because I'm not on that level. I'm not on your level. You don't exist to me, because I'm on another level, and on that level I'm at, I exist there, but you don't. You know what I'm saying? So, there were two different groups of of beings. You have man and you have humanity. Uh, Man was first, and then came humanity. Right? Man and humanity are not the same. Those are two entirely different entities in its own right. Mankind, humankind, humans, and man are four entirely different entities in its own right. So man, humankind, and mankind are all totally different. They are not the same. They are not the same. But anyway, back to the community. People are telling you this spell that opposites attract. They even made a song about it. I told you I was re-listening to it from the 80s. That's not true. People like tracks alike. That's why I'm by myself, because there are not too many people, like in my ministry, I don't expect to have hundreds and hundreds of people. Like, I'd be surprised if there were even like 5 people like that showed up. Real talk. That's just real talk. I'd be surprised if I could count them on one hand, because I'm really not even expecting that, But that's why I'm by myself, because like attracts alike, and there's a lot of beings out here that are, just not like me. So, or I'm not like them. Let me just put it like that. I'm just not like them, right? I'm not like a lot of beings that's out here, right? Let me just put it like that. But the woman is the community, and it's been like that regardless of her, even though we were here first, because we're the mother of humanity. We gave birth to humanity, right? That was wombed man, because she was first. It was womb, WOMBMAN. And then she gave birth to man, and then she gave birth to humanity. So humanity is everybody. Everybody on the planet is humanity. All the different cultures, all the different uh, uh, levels of melanin that people have, because there is no such thing as color, as I said before. Color is a frequency, and anybody who's an artist, a visual artist, knows this science, that color is a frequency, and depending on the frequency of the light, you can see that color, and all colors come from the darkness, right? So there's no such thing of color. It's only frequencies, and it's only vibrations or frequencies or energy. That's that's really what it's all about, not color. So she gave birth to all frequencies. She gave birth to all humanity, right? And that's what humanity is. Humanity are all of these different frequencies of beings. And it's been her responsibility, no matter which group of frequency she came from, she was the community. She is the community. She is responsible for the community in terms of bringing them life, in terms of rearing them to become men and women, in terms of all of that. That's her job. She builds the community, not brick and mortar, mentally, spiritually, intellectually. She builds the community. And some people are just not on a job. Some people are definitely not on a job, especially when I hear people say things like, because, okay, let me just use myself an example, because I don't really want to talk about other people, because these are just their experiences, and I really don't know what they're going through, like behind the scenes, because they only come up here and, only show you what they want you to see, right? Me, I have nothing to hide. I have a good life. I got people who love me. I got a good family. I don't want for anything. I'm not out here begging in the street. My bills are paid. I have children who love me. I have children who give a fuck about me. More importantly, I have children that follow my counsel. They actually listen to me. I have children who do that. I mean, so as far as I'm concerned, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. So let me talk about myself. I've never felt, and like I said, I don't apologize if anybody's offended that I say that I love my sons. I've never felt like they were a nuisance to me. I've never felt like they were an annoyance to me. When I gave birth to them, when I risked my life bringing them into this world and giving them life, because every woman who gives birth, she's really risking her life. She's putting her life on the line to bring, this is scientific fact. She's putting her life on the line to bring life into this world. So after doing that, I've never felt like they were an annoyance to me. They never got on my nerves. I never told them to get the fuck up out my face. I never told them to shut the fuck up. I never told them to sit the fuck down somewhere and be quiet. I've never told them any of these things that I hear other people, other women, other mothers telling their children. You get on my nerves. Get out my face, shut the fuck up, stop talking. I've never felt like my children were an annoyance to me. I've never felt like they were baggage to me. I've never felt anything but love towards them. And I don't apologize for that. I don't apologize for that. I've never felt anything but love towards them, and being the kind of person that I was, I've never sent them to school because I felt like I needed a break and I just needed to get rid of them. So I was just so happy that, they went to school. Because even though I sent them to school, it was mostly because, I wasn't, because I'm Black and a woman, I have a target on my back. So it's not like I can keep them home and homeschool them without child protective services getting involved or anything like that, wondering why, because that's going to happen. That's going to happen, unless you have like a support system or anything like that, that's going to happen, So I sent them to school, but even though I sent them to school, I still taught them at home. I did not I did not uh I didn't, what's the word I'm looking for? I didn't shove off my duties to strangers that I don't even know and who my children was only going to know like for a year, but spent most of their fucking day with from 8 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. That's like a job, right? That's like a shift from a job, you know? I've never, um, I've never like panned off the job of teaching my children to these people, even though they were getting paid to teach my children. I always instructed them at home. I always instructed them at home. Reading, writing, and arithmetic, the three R's. Not just that, but art, music, um, life, things like that. I've always instructed them. Any outings that we went on, it was always educational. Anything. It was always something where they can have the learning experience. You understand? I didn't just take my children. I did take them to the park. That was so they can like let out some energy and get tired too. So I could have a break when they would sleep, you know what I'm saying? I could like relax my mind and stuff, you know, but that was it. I would take them to the park just to let out that energy because they're boys too. So boys have a lot of energy, So and sometimes I would even play with them, and then when I get bored the hell out, I let them finish playing. But I took them to like museums. I took them like to museums, not just in our community, but I took them to museums in other states outside. They've been to the Science Museum in Washington, whole kinds of stuff like that. I did these things with them because, Washington is not far from New York City. So we could just get on the train and just go out there and spend a day and come back home. You know what I'm saying? That was like no big deal. And then if we had to like spend overnight in a hotel, that was not an issue either. I would do that too. So like I would do things like that with them. It would be a learning experience for them. It wouldn't just be a placation for me. It'd be a learning experience for them. So I did things like that with them. I didn't just brush them off to school like to get rid of them. Like there's a lot of people that will do that. They would. That's why they kept the schools open here in New York City during the pandemic. Because a lot of people, they were saying that a lot of children would go hungry if they didn't keep the schools open for them. Go figure. What children were they talking about? You think they were talking about the Latino children or the Hispanic children or the Jewish children or the white children? No, they wasn't. They wasn't talking about them. They know who kids was going to be hungry. They know why they had to keep them schools open. Because everybody else kept their children at home, the whites, the Jews. Some of the Latinos kept their children at home during the pandemic. They didn't even send them to school. But all of Black people, they sent their kids to school. And then when they did the homeschooling for a while, they didn't have internet. So what they did was the state, I think the federal government does it too, but New York State uh, pays half of the internet bill for people here who are low income. Mm-hmm. And who you think is getting that benefit? Who you think didn't have internet and had to go to McDonald's and use the McDonald's Wi-Fi or the Dunkin' Donuts Wi-Fi or the Burger King Wi-Fi? Who you think whose children was doing that? Right? It wasn't the Jewish children, it wasn't the white children, and it wasn't the Latino children. It wasn't them going to McDonald's because they didn't have no internet at home. And then they didn't even have a laptop. They was using their phones to go to school with the free Wi-Fi at McDonald's. But anyway, well, I tell you, y'all just setting this precedent for your own demise. Y'all just setting the precedent for your own demise. But I never sent my children to school with in my mind that I'm just trying to get rid of them. I just, I don't want to bother. I don't want to deal with them. Let them go to school. It's never been like that for me. It's never been like that for me. And I always taught them at home. I went to every parent teacher meeting. I showed up to meet the teacher unannounced. I didn't even wait for a parent. I need to know what's going on, what my child is learning, so I would know how to complement that at home. You know what I'm saying? So I was doing business like that. I had teachers tell me, I wish I had more parents like you. You know, I was embarrassed by them telling me that, you know, especially when I knew I was sending my children to school with just a bunch of black kids. You know what I'm saying? So that was embarrassing for me, you know, when they would tell me that I would be embarrassed. That was not even something that I could say that I was proud for. I was embarrassed that they was telling me. I wish there was just more parents like you that was just interested in your in coming to school and interested in your child's education. That should embarrass me. But yeah, I did it. I did it from kindergarten all the way up until high school. You know, all the way up until then. The only reason why I couldn't do it through college is because, you know, it's different. They don't give the parents the information. It's the HIPAA laws with that, you know. So that's how they ended up only going for a year and then going to work, you know, because if it was up to me, I wouldn't have let that happen. But in a way, I'm glad it did happen because they got their experience. So now they know how important their education is. They had that experience. My oldest son, this is his last year. He'll be graduating with his bachelor's in science degree in digital communications and multimedia programming. And my youngest son, he's going back to school to finish with his engineering degree. So I'm so glad. I'm so glad that they did have that experience. They had to learn, but they had to have their own experience to know. But I've never been that kind of person that's like, let me just, you know, shut up, sit the fuck down, be quiet. I never did my babies like that. I never did my baby. I've always let them express themselves, you know. I've always let them it's important to let them express themselves so they would know how to speak properly, number one. So they would not always be like how these people are now. They're grown, but it's like they're adult children. They're very immature. They can't express themselves, and they're just immature. They're just grown children. Like there's people my age I see all over social media, black ones that are like that, and they're like my age, and I'm like, how are you still like you in high school? Like you, like nobody ever taught you right. Like what's going on? But I've never I've always let them express themselves, and I always encourage them to advocate for themselves. So I was never the kind of person that if they told me they didn't like something, I wouldn't be like, oh, shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck if you don't like that shit. It's whatever I fucking say because I'm the motherfucking parent. I was never like that. You know, I always encourage them to advocate for themselves. That's one thing I always did. I always advocate for yourself, express yourself. So yeah, I wouldn't get an attitude if they told me that, you know, they didn't like they didn't like the they didn't like going to school, or if they didn't like well, first of all, if they didn't like going to school, then I knew it had to be something going on either with the students or the class, because you know I knew it had to be something going on. Like it was one situation that, but I dealt with that. You know, you have to listen to your children when they speak. You have to listen to them. You know, you have to listen to them. But I encouraged them to advocate for themselves. So if they didn't like something, it was okay for them to express that. I didn't shut them down, tell them to shut the fuck up. It's too bad. You're gonna have to like it. I didn't do that. I let them express themselves, and depending on what the situation is, I'm like, okay, I understand that you feel that way, but this is how it is. You know what I'm saying? Or this is how it's going to be. I understand. I acknowledge how you feel. I acknowledge your thoughts about that, you know, whatever. But if it was something that I knew that they had to do, I would just explain it to them. But I wouldn't like curse them out because they had their own fucking opinion. And I never put them on timeout. What I did was if they did something that I didn't want them to do or that was wrong or misbehaved, what I did was I put myself on timeout. I learned very early that if they had no access to me, that they would go fucking crazy. It'd be like somebody was killing them. They would actually scream and cry like somebody was beating the shit out of them. If I would lock myself in the bathroom, that's what I would do. I would put myself, and I didn't even have to do that too many times. I would lock myself in the damn bathroom and just sit on the toilet bowl, like, you know what? Because I can't take this. Like, they didn't listen, they misbehaved, they did that shit. I'm not, look, that's wrong. You ain't supposed to be doing that. I'm going on timeout. Fuck that shit. No access. You have no access to mom. That shit hurt them more than anything. That shit, I never really hit them. That hurt them more than punishing them in their room and taking away all of their privileges and stuff. That hurt them more. Um, Not giving them any access to me, like time out. Oh my God, that yeah, I couldn't do that to them because they would learn and they just wouldn't do it again. They just wouldn't because they was like, nah, we can't have this woman locking herself in the bathroom and ignoring us. Like, oh my God, like we can't do that shit. So yeah, they learn pretty fast. So I didn't really even have to do that too many times. I might have did that like maybe 3 or 4 times, put myself on timeout. You know what I'm saying? Put myself on timeout. And then there was times when I disciplined them, and because I allowed them to express themselves and because I allowed them to advocate for themselves, there were times when I would discipline them, and sometimes they would just say some profound shit. They would say some really wise and profound shit, but because they're in their innocence, in their youthful innocence, and the way they would perceive it, it would be kind of funny to me. You know what I'm saying? And so there were times when I'm in the middle of disciplining them and they would say something and I would just have to turn my head so I don't like bust out laughing in the middle of the discipline. You know what I'm saying? I just had to turn my head and walk away, and then I go somewhere and just start bust out laughing. I can't believe he just said something like this, like, oh my God. Then I'd be like, you know what? Okay, forget it, whatever. As long as they understand, whatever. But I can't have them see me laugh, like, because it's supposed to be a serious moment, and then they'll say something that's actually true but funny at the same time, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't do it, But I've never been like that with my children. I never felt like they was a burden. I've never felt like, I couldn't wait to get rid of them or nothing like that. I mean, even now when they grown and out, I still miss them. You know what I'm saying? I still miss them. I wait on them to call me because, I had to go through therapy for that. You know what I'm saying? But I wait on them to call me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm always there. When they call me, I always answer my phone and stuff like that. Stuff like that. But even when they were little and I was taking care of them, it was like I used to miss them so much. I used to pick them up from school early. I would go get them from school early. Be like, y'all, come on, let's go hang out. That's how much I miss my babies. Like I would go and pick them up from school early. I would make up some fake reason of why I had to sign them out. Because for some reason, they make you sign you like you're in jail or some shit. Like they make you sign your children out. So I knew I couldn't sign them out before a certain time because they had to be there long enough for it to count as a full day of them being there. And depending on where they was going to school at, I would this is especially when they was like in elementary school, like from kindergarten to 5th grade. So depending on where they was at, I would like wait a certain time, like after lunch period or something, which would make a full day. And then I would just go get my children and just sign them out of school, and then we just go hang out somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Be like, yeah, y'all, I wanted to show y'all this or whatever like that. But I've never felt like they was a burden to me. Now, I'm not going to say it was easy. I'm not going to say it was easy, but I've never felt burdened by my children. I've just never felt like that. I felt like they were my responsibility. Like I decided to not get an abortion. I decided to give birth. I decided to risk my life to give birth. So it didn't matter whether or not the father was ever involved in their life in terms of providing for them, because that's what a father is supposed to do. He's supposed to assist the woman, which is provide and just assist the woman. That's his job. But I've never looked at it like, well, if there's no father in the picture, then I'm just not going to do this, and these children are just a burden on me. I've never looked at it like that. I mean, I've already risked my life bringing them into this world. You know what I'm saying? I risked my life doing that. So, like, I've never felt like they was a burden to me. So whether or not I had a man in the picture, a father in the picture, or a stepfather, my husband, who I married to, in the picture or not, it wasn't no one's responsibility as far as I was concerned, but mine, to make sure that they were taken care of, to make sure that they had food to eat, to make sure that they had a roof over their head, to make sure that they were educated. I never felt like that was anybody else's responsibility. I just never felt like that. I just never felt like it was anybody else's responsibility to do it. Now, when they had their father in their life and when they had their stepfather in their life, yeah, I was glad to get the handout for them to assist me for monetary to pay whatever bills I needed to pay, but um I've never felt like, well, if that doesn't happen anymore, then oh my God, what am I gonna do? Like how will I live? I've just like y'all are being lied to. Y'all are being lied to. And the expectations are kind of like the expectations of men and women in this century, in this new sun cycle, is distorted. Let me just say it like that. It's very, very, very distorted. So but it's just sad. It's just sad. The Black woman is the community. She's the community. It's her responsibility. It's her responsibility. Um, it's her responsibility. So for people to say, and I'm sorry to these people that's going out there and getting homicided by these men because somebody told them that they need a man in their life. Somebody told them that they were nothing unless they had a man in their life. It Any man, it doesn't matter. A white man, a Latino man, an Asian man, a Black man, it doesn't matter. Just any penis. Like somebody told her that you're nothing without this penis in your life, and you'll never amount to anything without this penis in your life. Somebody told her that, and she believed it. So now she's going with people with this low self-esteem. She's being attracted to men who vibrates on that same frequency, that codependency, because he's dependent on somebody uh, needing him to be there, to take control of their lives and tell them what to do and how they should live. And he's dependent on that, and she's dependent on him just being there because he's a penis, you know because somebody told him that he's supposed to take charge and be the head of the household, and he has to run everything. He runs the woman, he runs the house. No, not really. He's just supposed to assist. He's just supposed to, you're barely supposed to see him because he's supposed to be, like the Bible says, out there toiling in the soil all day. So you're hardly ever supposed to see him. The children are hardly ever supposed to see him. So if he's never there because he has to toil in the soil all day and work all day, who's really running the house? Who's really running the household? Who's really in charge of the household? Who says when everybody gets to eat? Because don't nobody get to eat unless she cooking anyway. So who says that everybody gets to eat? Who says when they get to eat? Who says when they get to do what? When they got to clean up, when they got to wash dishes? Who says that? Like in reality, if the man comes home, if the man's been working all day and he comes home and, if he just want to sit down on the couch, he should be able to do that. He should be able to sit down right there on that couch and falling asleep with the TV on. He should be able to do. That he should be able to do. And put the fear of God into his children, so to speak, for lack of a better term, when they don't listen to their mother. I'm not saying beat the shit out of them. I'm just saying put the fear of God in them. Because, God is a woman, right? Because they don't listen to their mother. They didn't listen to what their mama said. That's what he's there for. He's there to assist, to assist with that, to be the the right hand man, the right hand man, not the head of the household, not charge of the house, and the woman does what I say, and this and that. Woman, lay on your back, bend over. Like, these people got it twisted. They just got it twisted. That's why I'm by myself, because I'm not on the same level as other people. Let me just put it up. I'm not on a level. But you got women being homicided because they've been told that they need a man. It doesn't matter. Because you got Black women out here in interracial relationships that's being homicided too. But they don't really talk big about that. So you got women on here that's encouraging them to date outside of their race, when instead they should be encouraging them to heal themselves and to grow and develop themselves. Because the person that you got to spend, that you have to like the most and that you have to love the most is you. Because you're the one who got to spend the rest of your life with you. Like, no matter what happens, no matter who you with, no matter what children you have or who you didn't give birth to, maybe you don't have any children. The point is, you still got to spend the rest of your life with you. Are you willing to spend the rest of your life with you and you don't even like yourself? You have no self-respect. You have no love for yourself. And you really expect somebody else, you're feeling that way about you, you're going to attract the same person to be in your circle. That man that's going to come in there feeling like he's in charge, he could do whatever he wants because he's paying all your bills. That's what he's supposed to do. But y'all was told differently. The men was told differently in the last end of the sun cycle. He's supposed to pay all the bills so he can say and do whatever he wants. And as long as he's paying as long as you get you a white man and he's paying all the bills and you can just rest in your femininity. Yeah. Look, I saw this white dude on here. I think he married to an African woman. I think she's African, but she's Black. And I don't know if y'all seen that movie Mr. Mom with Michael Keaton. It was back in the 80s. He played Mr. Mom. He lost his job, so he had to stay at home, and his wife went and got a job. And she went to work, so he stayed at home and became a mother for the children. So he had to go to the community meeting with all the wives and discuss who was gonna walk the children to school and all of this, and hold up the stop sign and stop the cars from running. And they just organized like that, white people. You understand what I'm saying? So and then before that happened, he became depressed. He was really depressed because he didn't feel like a man. He lost his job. He wasn't working. And he let his beard grow. He didn't take a bath. He was in a robe. And he just looked grimy. And I remember that part. He had the beard, but he just didn't care anymore. He was suppressed. He didn't feel like a man. He didn't feel like society told him what a man was. That's before he became involved in the women's group and became Mr. Mom, And it was just funny. But before that, he went through that depression and he was bummy. I saw it on fucking YouTube or TikTok. I think it was TikTok. I don't remember because YouTube got shorts now. But white dude looking just like fucking Mr. Mom. Y'all, he looked just like Mr. Mom when he was in that depressed state with the robe on, unshaven, and you know what I'm saying, just looking dusty. And the dude was on his little TikTok short talking about, yeah, when you can stay at home and be a mom because your wife makes $100,000 a year. Child, why when they showed his wife she was black? Why was she a black woman? And he going all through the house in his robe and sliding his socks, looking like he needed a goddamn shave. So I'm like, first I hear these women talking about go get you a white man so you can rest in your femininity and he could pay all your bills. Right? And then I even seen somebody leave a comment talking about, yeah, we need to get us a white man so we can rest in our femininity and have time to heal ourselves. Do you know what that sounds like? You're already saying that you're damaged, so you're going to get a man, a white man, who is only using you as a sex slut because he's never going to bring you home to his family. He's going to hide you in the bedroom where you're going to belong. He's going to pay your bills, though. He's going to pay your bills. He's going to pay your bills, but you're going to have to bend over and let him stick it in whenever he wants. You understand what I'm saying? And you'll never meet his family. So when you're partnered with somebody, when your family becomes their family. You understand what I'm saying? Like no matter what relationship I have with their father, his family is still my family. I have a good relationship with his family. I know most of y'all don't even know what that's like. Like y'all don't even really know what that's like. Yeah, I can still go to the great aunt matriarch's birthday parties, the cousins' birthday parties, go on outings with them, travel with them with our passports, go to Mexico, Cancun, whatever. I could do that with his family. And we're not even together. So yeah, but those white men that y'all talking about, y'all married to, y'all would never be a family. You know, you may be related, but you'll never be family. So anyway, this white dude, why did he have a black woman in the background? I believe she was African, but why did he have a black woman in the background? Why he was looking all dusty and stuff. So my yeah, when you're white, but I thought that y'all was supposed to be getting these white men and resting in your femininity. Why y'all not resting in your femininity? Why y'all on here not even showing your faces, calling everybody ugly, not even showing your faces, talking about you married to a white man, but you on YouTube cyber panhandling. You're you saying nobody has to give you anything, but at the same time, you still have your Cash App up. Your Cash App is up there. You cyber panhandling, and you talking about go get you a white man. I got me one. But if you really had a white man, you should be resting in your femininity, right? Why are you on YouTube, like begging for coins, for pocket change? You know, like why? Like, why are you doing that? Talk about you're interested in what black women. No, you're not. These people are lying to you. Their lives are in shambles and they're lying to you. They're lying to you because they got something. You never know what's going on with people. They got something going on that they're not telling you about, and they lying to you. Maybe they living in a fantasy world and they trying to get you in that fantasy with them. But there are people on here, they are lying to you. Like, what's her name? She doesn't even identify as ADOS. That girl, um, that she looked like a bobblehead. She's so ugly to me. Candace Owens, that girl ugly. She looked like a bobblehead. She got like this bobblehead to me. She looked like a bobblehead. And then her eyes are so far apart from her nose. It's not even symmetrical. Her eyes like almost on the side. That girl is ugly to me, but I don't know. I guess you got a lot of low self-esteem people that don't even like themselves. They swear that, she got it going on. But that girl ugly to me. She's not pretty at all. She's ugly, and her face, she looks weird. She looks very weird. Like I said, her eyes are like almost on the side of her head. But anyway, even her, she's married to some white dude, and she doesn't identify as ADOS. She doesn't identify as American descendant of slavery, even though her grandmother is an immigrant. So I would say that she would be probably second generation uh, immigrant. Yeah, second generation, because her grandmother is, well, I wouldn't even say immigrant because the U.S. Virgin Islands is an American colony. So, they like if you live in the U.S. Virgin Islands, you can still get food stamps in Section 8. Just like if you live in Puerto Rico, it's an American colony. If you live in Puerto Rico, you can still get food stamps in Section 8 in Puerto Rico and in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So I don't know, but she says Caribbean and her Caribbean background, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. But she doesn't identify as ADOS, even though it's only her grandmother that is. I don't even think her mother is from the U.S. Virgin Islands. I think her mother is American, and so is her father. But she identifies as uh, Caribbean, even though I think she would be on her grandmother's side. She would be second generation American over here. But anyway, she's married to a white dude, and I looked up his background. I think the dude is Irish. He's Irish, either Irish or Scottish, and his worth, his net worth, the last time I checked was like probably a year, 2 years ago. When I checked in, his net worth was like $125 million. And when I looked at her net worth, it was like 1 million, maybe $2 million. And then I noticed that recently, like especially like after the pandemic, during the pandemic, and after post pandemic, I've noticed that she got a YouTube channel, and she comes on there like 3-4 days a week, like, and just had a baby. She just had a baby too. So she got two babies, and right after she had this baby, she went right back to work, and she called it on YouTube. Child, I'm like, why are people supposed to be marrying these white men with all of this money and resting in their femininity, but he got her working like a slave? Like, why are you out here working? Shouldn't you be at home taking care of your children? Um, and resting in your femininity, and this man paying your bills? Because I know even to do a YouTube video, and the way she does it, she got production, producer, post-production, lights, camera, action, like the whole Hollywood thing. Even still, just to do a 30-minute video, that's a lot of work, because a lot of times what they say is scripted, so they gotta write, you gotta write shit. They don't like freestyle. They script everything. They say, I did come today with a script, but right now I'm freestyling. So oh wow, it's like 12 o'clock. Is there anybody there? Still. Wow, look, I just want to know why this chick is married to a white man and she out here grinding her ass off. He got her working like she picking cotton. Like for real. Like she ain't nothing but a slave. Like she ain't nothing but a slave, because she out here grinding, and she got her white man, and she could rest in her femininity, and she don't have to work. Why is he even got her out here working on YouTube like that, making 2 and 3, 4 videos a week? That's a lot of work. And you got babies too. Like, shouldn't you be rearing your babies? Shouldn't you be taking care of your babies? But I've noticed that a lot of these black women, and then some of these white men come out and tell on them, like, yeah, we not doing shit. They doing all the work. Like, this bitch is doing all the work. I ain't even got a job. I could stay at home in my robe and ain't even got a fucking shave, because this bitch making $100,000 a year, which really ain't no money, compared to white people privilege standards. That really ain't no money. You know what I'm saying? But He probably waiting on some transfer of wealth for all we know. You know what I'm saying? Boy, I tell you. But anyway, I probably said enough. I'm gonna have to cut this video because I did come to talk about um the Queen of Heaven and Earth, and I wanted to talk about that. Let me see if I can share the ministry seal. I just want to show the ministry seal. Let's see. Can I share the screen? Hmm. Well, let's see. I guess I could just. I'm trying to figure out how to show the picture, but so I wanted to show the picture of the ministry seal, but I did bring a presentation because I'm still working on the. I'm not working on the website. I'm waiting on the website hosts to get their act together. So hopefully I'll have some news about that today. So let me see if I can bring a picture in here. Hmm. So I do, but I don't know how to share it. I don't know how to share it. So this is the Queen of Heaven House of Restoration Incorporated. This is my little ministry. I am so proud. Our our motto is speak truth and do good, because that's what we're supposed to do. Speak truth and do good. That's what the goddess is about. That's her commandment, actually. Speak truth and do good. That's her commandment. So we are a nonprofit. So you don't have to like be a part of the ministry to donate. But even if you are a part of the ministry or if you're not, if you donate, it's tax deductible. You can write it off on your taxes, whether you donate 50 cents or $5. You can write it off on your taxes. And that money is going to the ministry because I have a ministry for men and I have a ministry for women. Then I have a benevolence program that I want to help women in survivors of domestic violence situations, because I did start talking about that with these women out here and dealing with men because y'all been lied to and men been lied to. Everybody been lied to. Like I was very angry when I was in half a century old and I found out that I've been lied to all my life. But everybody been lied to, and these people getting homicided by these men. I hate to say it, but it is what it is. Like attracts alike. Like attracts like. So basically, if that man who you fucking with ain't shit, you ain't shit either. Like it just is what it is. Opposites do not attract. Like attracts like. So if you're in that frequency where you have a low self-esteem, you don't feel good about yourself, you have no self-respect, and then you living in a world where everybody's telling you, well, you're not shit unless you got a man. You don't got a man in your house, even if he's sitting on the couch eating your kid's cereal, eating your baby's cereal and stuff. It don't matter as long as you got a man in the house. Then they telling the men, well, when you get into a woman, you supposed to rule her life. You eat all her baby cereal, you play on her baby PlayStation, you tell her what to do because you the man in the house. So that's what you supposed to do. You the man in the house, so you do that. He been lied to too, because That's not his job. His job is to assist. His job is to provide, and he should be gone all day, working all day, providing to the point where you only see him when it's time for bed. Like, real talk. But he's been lied to and you've been lied to. So you put two lies together, and that's a tragedy right there. You understand what I'm saying? So women are being homicided by men who they're both on this low frequency. They're both on this low frequency. She needed somebody because society tells her, and he needed to be the boss and the king of his castle because society tells him. Everybody's been lied to. So part of my ministry is I want to help women who are willing to get away, because you have women who finally wake up, you know, like it's never too late to choose life. I don't care what anybody say, it is never too late to choose life. So they may be in a situation where they woke up and they decided to choose life, right? And they're like, oh shit, I need to get up out of here, get my babies. But for particularly Black women, particularly ADOS women of American descendants of slavery women, we don't have those resources to get out of that situation. Even though they might go get a protective order and stuff, that's not enough. It's not enough to get a protection order because you can still be homicided. He knows where you live. He knows where your family live. He knows where you work. He will go and find you. If he doesn't care about himself, he does not care about homiciding you or homiciding your babies. So literally what we're not told, because I used to work with the Family Justice Center, the DA office in Brooklyn. With I used to volunteer survivors of domestic violence, and like I said before, a lot of those women were a lot of immigrant women, like Muslims, refugee women, Mexican women that were utilizing the resources for women who were in domestic violence situations. They were the ones utilizing those resources, them and their children. A lot of them, a lot of them, immigrants. You rarely see any Black women there. And I know they be getting their ass beat the shit out of a lot, you know. Uh, that happens like on a regular. That happens to them, especially if they got a man in their life, you know, that's sitting on their living room couch talking about he the king of the castle and whatever he says go because he the head of the household. Child, they getting their ass beat. You can believe that shit. And they don't even realize they in a domestic violence situation because somebody is telling them, no, that's what's supposed to happen. That's the right thing to do. But these other women who were immigrants, Muslims, Mexican women, Latino women who got tired of getting their ass beat and wanted to get out of there with their children, they were using those resources. And what happens is that when you live in a situation like that, you have to let go of everything. You That's another thing I want to talk about too. Lot. Lot, I don't know if y'all remember in the Bible, Sodom and Gomorrah, how Lot and was left. This is the same thing. This is analogous to Black women in domestic violence situations, right? Um, it's the same thing. You These women who come for these resources, they have to let go of everything. They have to let go of everything that they knew, everything that they loved, everything. They only come with themselves, their children, and immediate identification records like a birth certificate, social security card, or picture ID. And even if they don't have those things, the people in these agencies will help them to get those things. So even if they don't have that, it's okay. They just need to bring themselves and their children there, you know. No clothes, no nothing. They have to leave everything behind. They have to leave their job, but Black women work all the time. So I know it's hard for them to think that it's hard for them that they have to leave their job because there's nobody supporting them, right? You're the community. You get what I'm saying? But You have to leave your job. You can't tell nobody where you're going. You can't tell the abuser where you're going. You can't tell the abuser's family where you're going. You can't even tell your own family where you're going. You can't tell your mama. You can't tell your brother, your cousin, your sister. You can't tell your grandmama. You can't tell nobody. You got to pick up and leave. You got to take your children out of them schools. They can't even know where you're going. You can't tell nobody where you're going. You can't even tell your boss on your job where you're going. You got to just leave your job. The agency, so you got to leave your job and you got to relocate 10 states away from your abuser, where you know nobody, where nobody knows you or your abuser. You have to relocate. Black women who get homicided by these men, they don't see that. They think that an order of protection and police will save them, and that's it. Or they can go back to work and that their abuser is not going to come there and kill them or something or homicide them, and that's it. It's not like that. It's not like that. Like, you literally have to pick up and leave. You have to forget everything. You literally have to start all over. You have to start all over. So I don't know if it's the unwillingness to do that, or they've just been so indoctrinated with that, that they've just been so indoctrinated on what is expected from them in society, or there's really nobody educating them on how to really get away from your abuser. There's nobody educating them on that, because there's places out here that will relocate you. They'll send you to another, they'll give you a bus ticket to get there. There's agencies, that will give you a bus ticket to get to 3, 4, 5, 10 states over. So you can go and stay in a domestic violence shelter and get and just heal your mind and your children's mind, because they've been through a trauma too, watching you get beat the shit out of. You don't think that don't hurt your children? Yeah. Like this man who was in the subway begging for something to eat, who got homicided by the gentrifier. He was 11 years old when his mother got murdered by her abuser and stuffed in a suitcase. He's never been the same since. You don't think that don't traumatize your children to see you getting your ass beat? It traumatizes them. All of y'all need to forget the house that you bought. You bought the house, you can sell it. You could buy another house. You can't buy another life. You can't buy another life. You can't buy another child. You can't do that. You can buy another house. Leave the house. Go 10 states away, put it up for sale. Sell it anonymously. You can do that. But it's like, I don't know what it is, but I want to help women only it's going to be a fund for that. Only women who are ready to do those things to get up out of that situation. Because like I said, any money that's spent in the ministry, it has to go through approval by the board of directors. So even if it's helping somebody out as a charitable gesture, it has to be approved by my board of directors. I just can't go around spending people donations like that without permission from my board of directors. It has to be approved, it has to be accounted for, and it has to be on record for IRS purposes. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of the ministries I'm going to have. It's going to be a benevolence program for that. And another, where is it? Yeah. Another, well, I'll get back to that later, but this is an online ministry. It's an online metaphysical ministry. It's based in Delaware. And you can contact me at my domain, info@queenofheaven.earth. That's the domain. I'm still waiting on the website, but I'm waiting on my web host. You can also call at 302-586-0041. That's the number. And you can write here for any information. Okay? But I'm going to try to give you as much information now as I can. So at Queen of Heaven and Earth, House of Restoration Incorporated, Queen of Heaven and Earth, like I said, is one of her names of our goddess, the Divine Mother. She was known as the Queen of Heaven and Earth. And I've also added House of Restoration because this is the restoration of the Divine Feminine, the restoration of our Divine Mother, the restoration of our Holy Mother, the restoration of the goddess. So that name is twofold. But here at Queen in Heaven and Earth, House of Restoration Incorporated, we provide the following: a safe environment. At House of Heaven and Earth, Queen of Heaven and Earth, House of Restoration, sorry, you can find a safe and private environment where you can enjoy the confidentiality while you seek your spirituality. So we're going to have an environment where people will be able to get together and just have discussions and things like that. Metaphysical discussions, you could do studies, all kinds of things like that. Ancient scriptures, Bible, whatever, Torah, whatever. The Tanakh, whatever. We're going to do all of that. But it's going to be a safe space. So, like, when you sign up, like I said before, there will be a non-disclosure agreement because I'm not giving out my pearls to swine. There are people that, like to steal things from people who are really creative. Like I said in the beginning, like white people all over TikTok talking about AI is the rave now because they don't have to work anymore. AI will create all their content for them and they don't have to do shit right now. So, yeah, I will not be non-disclosure agreement. So I'm protecting my intellectual property because things that I will be discussing will be my intellectual property and it will be not be out in public. And these will be private meetings. I'm not going to be meeting on YouTube or anything like that. When you register at the ministry to become a part of the ministry, you'll actually be an emissary. Later on down the line, I'm going to be looking to ordain ministers. I want to ordain ministers at the Queen of Heaven and Earth, House of Restoration. So, but that's later on down the line. But beginning, everybody will be an emissary. I don't have members. There's like no membership or anything like that. Participation is purely voluntarily. So there's no members. You can be an emissary. So if you participate, then you'll be an emissary. So we'll have weekly discussions. They will be private. They're both for men and women. But there'll be private discussions. I'm not going to do it on YouTube. There will be private discussions. When you sign up and register to become an emissary, when you do that, you will have your own username to log into the ministry's domain to have private meetings. We send emails to each other. So my domain is queenofheaven.earth. My email address is high_priestess at queenofheaven.earth. So anybody who becomes a part of the ministry will also have their username at queenofheaven.earth. Like, for instance, like Mrs. Queen in Healing Arts, you would have, like, you can choose your username. I will give you the opportunity to choose your username, but just as an example, you will be Healing Arts at queenofheaven.earth or Mrs. Queen at queenofheaven.earth. And you'll be able to sign into the website with that username and participate in the meetings and the discussions that we'll have. So that's how it's going to be. Yeah, it's going to be like exclusive, like, yeah, a cult like. Because, like I said, I'm not putting my pearls out there to swine. The evolution, I'm an evolutionist. I'm not a revolutionist. And that is what the spirit of Babylon is. That's why I call myself High Priestess of Babylon, because Babylon is not what you was told it was. Um, the Divine Mother is of Babylon. Babylon is a spirit, and it actually means the gate of the soul of God. That's actually what it's translated as, the gate of the soul of God, right? That's actually what it's translated. That's what Babylon means. So I know that people have been lied to, and they're like, America is Babylon, and Babylon is fallen. No, America is not Babylon, and no, Babylon has not fallen. Babylon has returned. Babylon has risen, right? The gate of the Spirit of God is here. Zion is where we're in, and Zion is not is benevolent and angelic as you were told that it was, right? Zion is really the hmm, Zion is really the is what they did, like reverse, like through the looking glass, the switcheroo thing is reverse. Like Zion is really what they tell you that Babylon is. They tell you Babylon is evil, wicked. Mm-mm. That's Zion. And where we're at, America is Zion. America is Zion. But I can't really get into that here because that's why I have my own website, my own domain where I can do my own lectures. So that way I could say all kinds of N words. I could say all kinds of K words. I could say all kinds of H words. Like I could say whatever I want. I could say all kinds of F words. I could say whatever I want. And can't nobody like say anything about it, right? So I can't really, it is the Talmud ghouls, right? They control Zion, the Talmud ghouls. And the Goyim, the ones that are aware, they will agree with me. They will agree with me, or not even agree with me, because they will know that this to be true, that this is true. So the Talmud ghouls actually run Zion, and the Talmud ghouls are in a contract with their demon god, because a god is a demon and a demon is a god. Same thing on different polarities. Just like an angelic being could be mean, you know. I mean, look at God's favorite angel, Michael. He's mean. He doesn't like humans. He considers humans to be monkeys, you know. He doesn't like humans. I've seen that in all the movies. Every time they portray Archangel Michael, he's very condescending towards humans. Why is he condescending towards humans? Why? Because he don't like them, and he's an angel. He's God's favorite angel. He actually has his own book. The Hebrew version of Michael is Malachi, so he has his own book in the Bible, Malachi, the book of Malachi. You know, that's God's messenger. That's what it translates to: God's messenger and God's favorite angel. He don't like humans. Go figure. But anyway, a god is a demon and a demon is a god. So the Talmud ghouls are in contract with their demon god to annihilate humanity, basically, to annihilate them, to wipe them off the face of daughter Earth, regardless of what level of melanin they have, regardless of their level of melanin, regardless if they're highly melanated, half and half or middle medium melanated like myself, half and half melanated like my biracial relatives, or just very little melanin shows on the surface of them like European people, right? And yeah, so they're in contract. So that's why you have the Jews on here passing as white, like I told you, like that Pearly Pearl girl, and the other white dude who's in the black YouTube sector, having these girls' panties all wet and stuff. Child, I tell you, they Jewish and they passing for white. Like, they will never tell you that because they have a mission. And their mission is to, especially the mother of humanity, is to wipe you off the face of this earth. And when they can do that, they can get rid of everybody else. That would be no problem. Because nobody can exist without us. It just is what it is. But, well, I tell you, it's a mess. I can't talk about that here. I can only talk about it on my website. So I'm gonna do like the Goyams did and like the Church of Satan did, and I'm gonna have my own shit and say whatever the hell I want to say and not be reprimanded for it, you know. But I'm gonna get into that because I can't talk about it here. But Zion is really the evil, wicked place, and the place of blasphemy, the place of sodomy, the place of Gomorrah is Zion. It's not Babylon. Okay? It's not Babylon. So, and like I said, the Talmud Ghouls, they run Zion. So that's what America is. And it looks to me like they winning. It looks to me like they winning. So I don't know. These are some very exciting times that we're living in. And it just remains to be seen. It's like I can't really do anything about it. Like the only thing that I can do at this point is just like cover the ones that I love so that they don't be negatively affected by what's going on here. It's like that's all I can do right now. Is just cover them. But other than that, the only thing I can do is just be a witness to what's going on, like a watcher. Like I'm a watcher. That's why I changed my esoteric rant playlist to Babylon Watch, because that's what I used to be on YouTube before YouTube took down that channel. I had another channel. They just kept taking down my channels, but it was Babylon Watch. And they took that channel down. But that'll be the last channel they take down because I got my own stuff now, so they won't be able to mess with me. And I might do my meeting. I have a like a platform like StreamYard, but it's private like Zoom. I was thinking about doing it on Zoom because Zoom and TikTok, by the way, is owned by the Chinese government, by the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese government owns Zoom and they own TikTok. So I figured on there I could say whatever I want to say about anybody, and they would never say anything about that. They wouldn't even care, like they're not gonna like YouTube or Google restrict me. You know what I'm saying? I say whatever I want to say. I won't be talking about them, you know, but I can say whatever I want to say. So I was thinking about using that. But anyway, we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about that. So, because that is we've been lied to. Like the Queen of Heaven and Earth, House of Restoration Incorporated, welcomes all people within and outside of Delaware who want to connect with their spiritual selves. Once you become a part of us, you get to interact with each other, share experiences, and grow. That's the goal. That's my goal, is to have people on the same frequency interact with each other. That's my goal. Like I said before, I don't expect a whole lot of people to show up, and that's okay too. It's okay if it's just 5 people. That's all right. So I don't expect a whole lot of people to show up, but that's what this is for. It's for us to have these learning experiences and to share these experiences so we can learn. Because I've learned a lot from other people's experiences, you know what I'm saying, and grow. Because that's what life is about. It's about learning and growing. It's about evolving. That's why I say I'm an evolutionist. I'm not a revolutionist. I'm an evolutionist. And that's what the spirit of Babylon is. She's about evolution, not revolution, evolution. And the evolution will not be televised because I'm going private with that. I will be hidden in a cult, because that's what a cult is. It means hidden. So It will be hidden information that I will be giving. That's why there is a non-disclosure agreement. I call it a no dusties allowed. A NDA is really a no dusties allowed, but for legal purposes, it's a non-disclosure agreement. So people will have to sign on that and to participate. Now you don't have to participate and you don't have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, but you can donate. And like I said, your donation, you can still write it off on your taxes. You don't even have to participate. If you participate, your tithe is still tax deductible. You can also write that off on your taxes. So it's not like, I'm not asking you for anything to like pay my bills. Like I said, I'm good. My bills are paid. I'm not hungry. I eat. I'm good. This is for the ministry to help operate the ministry and the programs that I have, you know. So yeah, so that's that. So a community of like-minded individuals. That's what I will offer. People who vibrate on the same frequency. And there will be no doxing people because I have insurance because it's online. I have insurance for like any cyber attacks, so people information can be protected, and nobody else will have anybody else's information like that unless they are willing to share it with them. But the ministry would have people's like private information, and I can't give that out to anybody. So it won't be any doxing like that. And even anyone else in the ministry cannot dox any other people because of the non-disclosure agreement. You'll have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, meaning any information within the ministry, including people who are part of the ministry, what they look like, or whatever their names or address or phone number or whatever it is, nobody can get that information out. Nobody can do that. So yeah, that's all gonna be on the NDA because I don't want no scrubs. Um, no dusties allowed. An NDA, non-disclosure agreement. And if you're not a dusty, then you'll sign that non-disclosure agreement. So I'm not really worried about that. It's going to be like-minded people. So, and that's what I was talking about. Like attracts alike. Like attracts like. Opposites repel. You know. Guidance. If you know a little about spirituality, it can be challenging to start, but we can guide you on your spiritual journey. That's us. That's what we can do for you. Our goal is to help people find answers to their questions about life and spirit through our ministry. If you see this symbol here, you already know what this is. For people who for people who don't know what this is a symbol of life. This is the tree of life, the geometric shape of life. This is the symbol of one of the symbols, I'm going to say, because she has many, one of the symbols of our divine mother, of our divine goddess. It's one of her symbols. We are a metaphysical ministry helping the residents of Earth become more spiritual. I had to put that there, yeah, because, there are forces that are seen and unseen that are really trying to obliterate humanity. Is forces that are seen and unseen that are really trying their best to do that. And to me, so far, it looks like they're winning. I hate to be such a pessimist, but it looks like they're winning. Okay, we are a nonprofit charitable organization with a professional and experienced ordained minister, that's me, and high priestess, that's me, who have been working on this field for more than a decade now. It's been more than a decade for me. Our ministry has a lot of experience in providing all kinds of religious services to our guests. Our goal is to help you find your inner peace and happiness by offering you the best possible solutions that can help you live your best life, like I do. I'm living my best life. You can tell my skin is glowing. I have on no makeup. no makeup, nothing. This is all natural, okay? I'm good. And it helps that you drink plenty of water. I drink about a liter. I drink about at least 3 liters a day. Um, Finding your purpose. We provide online religious services, so we are not a church. We do not have any formal membership requirements, and our guest comes from all walks of life. The only requirement is that you believe in yourself and you put in the required work for self development and spiritual growth. Finding your purpose. You can define yourself, you can find your purpose. At Queen of Heaven and Earth House of Restoration, Incorporated, we help our guests solve problems or conflicts with other people or themselves. So lots of people are conflicted with themselves, and a lot of times it's because we've been lied to, and that's been purposely done. We've been put under spells, and we've been lied to, and that's been purposely done. So of course you'll have a conflict within yourself as to whether or not, even though you know it's against your nature and it's against your better judgment, it's against that gut feeling where your soul lies in your gut. It's against your soul feeling to take this man into your house because society tells you that you need a man if you're going to be any type of worthwhile woman or worthy woman. You must have a man around you and you know whatever, and you must please that man. And then that's a conflict within yourself because you know that you shouldn't be doing that. That instead you should be working on yourself because you're the one that you have to spend the rest of your life with, regardless. So you should at least like yourself. At least at the very least, like yourself. You know what I'm saying? You need to work on that, right? So you have a conflict with yourself now because you know you should do that, but instead you're gonna go with what society tell you, get that man, even though he's just gonna eat up your child's cereal and play their PlayStation. Then men also in conflict with themselves because they told, well, you gotta be the man, you gotta go move into her house and be the head of her household. Or and be the head of her household and tell her what to do and run things and tell her children what to do and run things and tell her what to do, tell her when to bend over, lift her legs up and cook for you and clean for you and what she should think and what she shouldn't think and what she should look like, what she shouldn't look like. You have a conflict with yourself because you know that that's not in your nature. But society is telling you, yeah, this is what you need to do in order to be a man. You know, in order to be a man, you need to move into her Section 8 apartment or into her house and be the boss and be the head of the household and tell her what to do, tell her children what to do. That's you're in conflict because that's not why you're here, and that's why you're in conflict with yourself. You know that. Even if you built her a house and you put her in it, you still know that it's in conflict that you're in the head of the household because basically she runs the house because you're supposed to be out all day providing for the family. So what time are you really gonna have to run the house? Like really? What time are you gonna have to cook, clean, do dishes, do homework with the children? Um, Feed the children, give them baths. What time are you really going to have to do that when you're supposed to be out working all day? Like, really, like, you're supposed to be out working all day. And then when you come home, like, the assistance that you provide her is in disciplining the kids. When they don't listen to their mama, that's when she comes to you. Be like, yo, they ain't listen, let them know. And you put the fear of God in them. Figure, pun intended, because God is a woman. You put the fear of God in them. You don't listen to your mama. You don't do what I say. That's it. I'm going to whoop you. I'm not saying that you whoop your children, but you don't have to whoop them to put the fear of God in them. You understand what I'm saying? So you're in conflict with yourself because society is telling you something else, that all a woman is good, but she's over the hill. If she's 25, she's over the hill. She's just good for you to stick your penis into her, and that's it. Once that's it, and you're done, and you can move on. How long do you really think you'll last in your life like that? Do you think that you can last like that? Like, I could see when you're in your 20s, and a man isn't really, according to ancient times, a man isn't really a full mature man until he's like 40, 45. But with society now today and the way they telling you to take care of yourself, do you how long do you really think you'll be able to last like that? Just, like living the way that society is suggesting that you live and treating women. You don't think that you won't die alone like your mentor? What's that dude's name? I can't remember his name because he's really not important. But the dude who was always telling women you average at best and that you'll die alone. You don't think you won't die alone like he did? And he had, even though the person that was with him was a transgender, because I did get all of that information from Hawaii, a Hawaiian citizen. I think Hawaii is it's an American colony now, right? Anyway, but that person was a transgender, so I'm not going to say it was a woman. I'm going to say it was a transgender made into a female, or made to look like a female, because you can't, like, unless you're born that way, you can't really be made into a female. I don't care what nobody say. The alphabet community just might, let me let you know, the alphabet community is welcome and to come to these private lectures too, because I could really tell you about yourselves and why you're like that, and the uh uh not the disparities, but the divergent things. uh I can, like, you're welcome. I would be so happy to tell you about that, the sun cycle, how it works, male, female, shadow, non-shadow. I'll be so happy for you to learn that, because some of y'all really don't understand why y'all are feeling that way. And I get that sometimes when you don't know something, you could be scared. It can bring you fear when you don't know something. A lot of y'all really don't know why you are having those feelings. There's a reason. There's a reason why, and it's not biological. It has a lot to do with unseen forces, but that's going to be private, because some things I can't say because people will take offense to it. But I'm speaking in an esoterical occult, like, with occult knowledge. Occult just means hidden. I have that because I just have hidden knowledge. I just have that, because I'm a watcher, and this is Babylon Watch. I'm a watcher, so yeah, I can let you know. I can let you know, and it's very interesting. So I know, like, some people are like in fear. What I don't like is the bullying, and I think because of the fear of not knowing what is happening to you, that in terms of the esoteric, the spirituality, the etherical, the metaphysical, the quantum physical side of everything, because it's not biological. Okay. And I'm gonna just keep repeating that it's not biological. In terms of what's happening in these realms, um, because you don't understand it, because society have you indoctrinated is one way, you don't really have an understanding of what's going on. So you have this fear, and usually that's why you're bullies. That's why I don't really like y'all. It has nothing to do with, because you choose to be in love with somebody who is your same sex, or you choose to have sex with somebody who is your same sex. Now, there could be no sacred sex involved in an act like that, because sex is sacred. And sex is sacred when it's performed between a man and a woman. Sex is not sacred when it's performed between people of the same gender. It can never be sacred that way, okay? But at the same time, you could still live a life that you could still be like that and still live a life that's divine. You get what I'm saying? You could still live a life that's divine. But I think the reason why most of y'all are bullies is because y'all don't even know what's happening to yourselves. And that's why I don't like y'all. It has nothing to do with y'all liking the same gender. It has everything to do with y'all being bullies, and I don't like bullies. I don't like bullies. And it's one thing that I even had to tell my children, coming up in school. I had to tell them that they had to have compassion for the children in school that bully them, because these people come to school, they're not loved like you are. They're not cared for like you are. Like, just because you have a good mother and just because your mother loves you and take care of you, and it doesn't mean that that's every child out there. So the people you go into school who are bullied, trust me, they're being traumatized more than likely by a grown adult. Somebody is bullying them, whether it's sexually bullying them, mentally, physically, it don't matter. Somebody is harming this child who goes out there bullying other people. So that's one thing I did, instill in my sons, to have compassion towards bullies, because if you go to the reason why they are like that, it's a reason. And a lot of times it's fear. It's fear of what's happening to them. So they just project that same behavior towards other people. They're not born like bullies. They're not born like that. They're just made into that. And that's the same way with the LGBTQRSVU people. It's really a quantum physical, metaphysical, etherical thing, right? And they don't understand what's going on, and that fear on top of what society is telling them, it makes them bullies. So you're forced to like tolerate them. Like, like you're forced to tolerate them. Like, they're making laws now where you have to tolerate, like you're forced to do that. That's bullying. That's bullying, because people can tolerate things without there being any laws for it. Like, for example, uh, half of the time people tolerate the American Negro being around when they're not, out choking them out or putting their knee on their neck or some shit like that. Or when they're not uh homiciding them in jail, like what's her name from Texas, or shooting them like Eleanor Bumpers here in the Bronx. They called her crazy. 77-year-old woman they was scared of, They thought that she was definitely going to kill them with her little kitchen knife, So they shot her up, but she was crazy. So, they had the right to do that. She was mentally ill, Like I said, y'all people are just condoning your own demise. But there's times when people do tolerate the existence of the American Negro, right? Um, there's really no laws to do that. I would say affirmative action would have been a law to tolerate the American Negro, but affirmative action, the people who benefited from that were the LGBTQRSBU people and white women. They benefited, and immigrants, non-immigrants coming over here, because they will hire a black immigrant before they hire an American descendant of slavery, American Negro. I see that right out here in New York. Like, even the Asian people that own these beauty supply stores and these grocery stores, they don't hire American Negroes. If they do have black people working for them, those black people are immigrants. They are not from this country. They immigrants. So, so even affirmative action, it doesn't tolerate Negroes. So there's really no laws to tolerate Negroes, because Negroes, to tolerate Negroes' existence, put it like that, for the right for the Negro to exist in this country, like however they exist, whether it's begging on the street for a piece of bread, you know what I'm saying, or on YouTube talking about go get you a white man. That's the best thing you could ever do, you know. Like nobody, there's no laws for anybody to tolerate our existence. So when I say bully, the LGBTQSBU people are and they use black people, they use the energy of black people to manifest or will manifest their spells and their magic and their sorcery. This is another thing y'all just don't get. But I'll be willing for like I don't hate anybody. I don't. Hate cause it takes up too much energy. I have to use a whole lot of energy to hate people. I have to lose sleep over that person that I hate is gonna always be on my mind. I don't got time for no shit like that. I mean, even William Shakespeare said it best when he said, "Hate me or love me, either way, I'm gonna be on your mind." Right? I don't got time for that. Like, I could have a strong dislike for something. If I have a strong dislike for something, then it doesn't have to exist in my world, right? It doesn't exist. If I don't like something, it's not in my world because I'm not going to put myself around it. I'm not going to allow it into my cipher, into my circle, into my space, right? So it's deleted. It's like it doesn't exist. It's like, okay, I got a strong dislike for it, it doesn't exist anymore. Like literally, I forget about it. Like for real. But to hate somebody, you don't forget about something you hate. That's always on your mind. You don't get any good sleep. It fucks with your organs, it kills you, makes you old faster, it makes you old faster, it makes you age faster, everything. It's just and it makes you ugly. It makes you look very ugly. So it really do. So yeah, I don't hate. I might have a strong dislike, and I have a strong dislike for the way that the LGBTQ are bullying people, and I have a strong dislike for how they're using black faces for their energy to manifest this evilness and this sorcery, and the fact that it's the Talmud ghouls that are really behind this whole movement to pervert everything to make like to destroy humanity because that's the that's their whole that's why they go to the sin of God because the sin, the frequency of their demon is Gog and Magog. I know that they changed it ever since we melded into the new sun cycle and into the new dimension. They've changed it to make Gog and Magog look like benevolent, but they're not. I know for a fact that they are demons. They are demons, and their whole thing, they're gods, but they're demons, right? And their whole thing is to annihilate humanity. They do not like humanity, and they are in contract with the atomic ghouls to do that. That is what they are here to do, and that's what they're supposed to do. And they're real slick about it. Divide and conquer. They could divide all of humanity and make humanity destroy itself. Like the tail of the snake, serpent eating itself. But the only thing, anyway, I'm not going to get into that. But I would be okay with, like, even these people from that group just joining the discussion. Okay, so yeah. So I do also online religious services because I am an ordained minister. I can perform like marriages, births, baptisms. I can even do like funeral rites and stuff like that. Baby dedications, house blessings, things like that. We'll hold weekly study of metaphysical sciences, Bible, Torah, Tanakh, sacred texts, ancient scriptures, all of that. And I probably could do in-person religious services, but I'm not obligated to. It'll be at my sole discretion. I'll make that decision. I'm not obligated to, and I don't have to offer it. Spiritual life coaching, this is what I want to get into because that's what I got my metaphysical degree in, and then my metaphysical master's, my master's in metaphysical ministry. And I'm working right now, like doing my residency while I'm doing my spiritual life coaching and everything. So this is what I wanted to say, that we welcome all people from all walks of life who want to connect with their spiritual selves, right? So we offer individual readings via the Mayan Oracle, and we don't do tarot. I do the Mayan Oracle. I know you've never heard of it, but it's something that will be new to you. It's the cards, and it's the oracles based on, that is based on, I would say it's almost like numerology. It's based on numbers, but it's it's also it's also based on the position of the planets and the stars, and and at the time that the position of these stars and planets, and how it relates directly and individually and personally to you. Everybody has their own path, and the Mayan Oracle would help to reveal that path that you have for that year, you know. And that's what it does, according to the position of the moon and the stars and the planets and the galaxy and all of that. So that's what the Mayan Oracle is. It's not a tarot. The tarot is like, I want to say it's like, what is it? It's like, Mrs. Queen, you do tarot. Anybody there, Mrs. Queen, you do tarot. I think this is a lag. Well, y'all know what tarot is. Tarot, like, I think can tell what happened in the past, I think, or can tell what happens in the future. Well, that's not what the Mayan Oracle is. The Mayan Oracle is more like steps that you need to take to for this, for a certain path. And everybody's path is different for this journey, and everybody's journey is different, right? So that's what the Mayan Oracle is. Now, when I do coaching, um, I will do like individual coaching sessions, and I will do the Mayan Oracle. Each session will be like maybe 30 minutes or 40 minutes. So I go see a therapist, and my insurance pays my therapist like $225 for a goddamn 30-minute session. But I'm not gonna it'll be on a donation basis. So still, that will be also tax deductible. It'll be on a donation basis, and that will go to the ministry. That will also be tax deductible. But it's not gonna be like accordance like a tightly amount. It'll be reasonable. Maybe like a $30 donation, and we can do like a 30-minute session, you know, and I will, oh, of course, I will do the Mayan Oracle reading for the first session, even though I could ask for more, but I'm going to make the Mayan Oracle reading as a part of the coaching session. I'm going to use that as a tool, as a part of the coaching session. So I'm not going to like separate it. So anybody who comes to me for spiritual coaching will first get a Mayan Oracle read, and we'll spend the first 30 minutes doing that. And then the subsequent sessions will be, you know, spiritual coaching, depending on your path and where you want to go on your journey. That's what it will be. So, yeah, and that is also at my discretion. I'm going to screen people. I'm not just going to do anybody just because I can do it. You know, I'm I will screen people. That will be at my discretion, and that will also be online. And I'm going to do private sessions. I have a men's ministry. It's called HIM, for Healing is Majestic, and it offers individual spiritual coaching for men. be individual, of course, at the sole discretion of the minister, right? Um, and for women, I have a women's ministry. It's called She. And both of these, I got in the application process for the trademark, for the acronym, HIM. Healing is majestic, and She, self-healing energy. Well, not for the acronym, but for the meaning of what the acronym stands for. Self-healing energy is She. So that ministry is for the women, and that is going to be we're going to do sessions group sessions every third Friday of the month, and then uh, I'll also do individual coaching sessions. But for the group sessions, that will be anybody who is a part of the ministry who just comes to the regular weekly meetings, they will be able to participate in the group session. So that won't be no donation necessary. Whatever tithes you pay to be a part of the ministry, the monthly tithes, whatever you pay, that is also covers the group sessions, monthly group sessions for the women, strictly women. And the women I will focus on will mainly be American descendants of slavery, because um, they have their own unique individual issues, and there's a whole lot of they have their own unique individual issues. So that will be exclusively for them. That will be exclusively for them. Um, American descendants of slavery women. That group will be exclusively for them. That women's group. The individual counseling sessions, that's any woman. It doesn't matter. That's any woman. But the She, self-healing energy, that's, well, I don't want to say it's focused on American descendants of slavery, women who share that lineage, because they have that common bond, right? Any A woman who is not a part of that can, of course, participate in the group, but just know that the focus is not going to be like on you if your lineage is not a part, like my mother, who's been here since the 1700s and her people's been slaves like that. Like, you're not going to be the focus in terms of a shared commonality, because that shared commonality is unique, is very unique. And the issues that ADOS women have here are not the same issues that other women from all around the world will share. They don't share that, because these issues we have are inherited. They are inherited. So a woman who might be coming from Africa don't have those same inherited issues. You understand what I'm saying? She can join the group, but the issues, it won't be focused, the group won't be focused on her issues. I would suggest that she probably join a group, or find a group that deals with women from her country, wherever she's from, with those issues that they're having. So yeah, it's like that. But I'm not going to say that nobody can join, but it's just for women. It's just for women. And the focus will be on American descendants of slavery, these women and their issues, what they face. Because it is unique. It is unique to the rest of the world, and it's like the rest of the world sits on the shoulders of the ADOS people, men and women. Like the rest of the world it's like what I heard this European man say, that the American Negro is really the chosen people. He tried to say that they are the real Jews. I don't agree with that. I think the Jews who are Jews now are the real and original Jews, and we can get into that. But the Jews who consider themselves Jews and who go to the sin of Gog, they worship that demon Gog on that frequency, sin of Gog, right? They are the original Jews. They are the original Jews. There is no faking about them, nothing. They the original Jews. They are. And I know some people will get upset with what I say, but it is what it is. And it's true. They are the original Jews. But it reminds me of what this white man, what he was, not white, he was European. What he was trying to say was that the American Negro was the chosen people of God. That's what basically he was trying to say. Um, all the religious stuff, that's notwithstanding. Basically, what he was trying to say was the American Negro was the chosen people and the chosen people of God. There's some truth into that. So, but I'm going to get into all of that in the ministry privately because I don't need any detractors, so this will be private. But yeah, it's like the American Negro is like the chosen people. Some people don't like that kind of attention where the responsibility rests on their shoulders to set examples for the rest of humanity. Some people don't like that responsibility, and I could see very much that's what's happening here. But anyway, I'm gonna get into that for the ministry. The women's group is only for women. It will be geared and focused towards the issues of American Negro women who has that shared lineage, like my mom, who's been here since the 1700s and was slaves in this country, is going to be focused on that. So, it's going to be focused on that because it's called self-healing energy, she. And that's she who needs to be healed right now. So, but the main ministry where we meet every week and everybody can participate, men and women, gay and straight, we will be discussing about the goddess, the divine mother, and her teachings and what she teaches, what she wants people to know. We will be discussing that. So, anybody can participate in that. Metaphysical sciences. Okay. So, guidance. Our ministry was created to provide the best religious experience for women and men across the world. With our counseling and support, we put you on a path to healing, your spirit and soul. We offer our services online, so you're never too far from receiving the help that you need. Okay. This is more redundant. This is my ministry seal. This seal was designed and the symbols were interpreted by Anointed Fire at www.afsalt.com. And the symbols, the colors are gold, blue, and purple. The symbols are the crown, the shield, the sword, fire, and the lion. And I'm telling you, I'll probably come back and do another video because it is so late. I'll come back and do another video, but actually on my website, once I get it up, you'll see the meaning of all the symbols. But all of these symbols here are all related to the divine mother. They are all her symbols: the sword, the shield, the fire, the lion, the crown, and the earth. And the wreath. The wreath. These are all of her symbols. These are all her symbols that adorn churches and mosques and everything else. These are her symbols. Monasteries with temples. These are her symbols. So and it's copyrighted and it belongs to the ministry. So you can also donate. This is the ministry's employee identification number to let you know that it's legit. You can donate. We are a 501c3 tax exempt nonprofit charitable religious organization. All donations, including non-cash items to the Queen of Heaven and Earth, Restoration Incorporated, are tax deductible. Our employee identification number 881639-800. Our mission is to provide a safe space for women who are often overlooked by society and church alike. But we can't do it without your help. With your donation, you can help someone start on the path of healing, freedom, and hope. So that's the end of that presentation. Um, if you email me, I'm going to put the email in the chat. You can email at info at queen of heaven dot earth. Then I can send you the information, how you can join, how you can become involved, how you can participate in the women's group, how you can participate in the weekly sessions of the I don't want to say sermons because I'm not like preaching. I don't preach to people. I teach. I'm a teacher. I'm a watcher and I'm a teacher. So I would rather say teach. So if you want to join in the weekly teaching sessions, I do the sometimes I like to do the Socratic method of teaching. I do it that way because it engages other people. I don't like talking and only like I'm talking at people. I like for people to participate and actually have a conversation, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be like that. I welcome all questions, and whatever. So can I pin this up? I think I should have put that up there the first time. So yeah, this is gonna be good. You can donate PayPal, Stripe, but I also have Typely, and you can donate any amount. I don't have like a set amount. You can just donate any amount. I'm gonna go back and redo the video, and I'm going to put the donation information in the description box. And I have a surgery coming up, y'all. I have to go. I have to go see the periodontist. I had a whole lot of work done on my mouth. I had to get my silver fillings taken out. I had silver fillings, and then I had to get 5 partial crowns because y'all, I'm trying to. When I go, I'm trying to have all my teeth. And I have gum disease. I have a gum disease, and the doctor told me that it's not as bad as he usually see people, but it's not good either, right? And he told me that it was hereditary. And I used to smoke. I used to smoke cigarettes so much, and I started smoking like when I was like, I think 12, and I've been smoking ever since. And then I used to smoke marijuana, and when I smoke marijuana, I would smoke it in the cigar leaf, which is it got nicotine in it. And also I would smoke it in a wrap, what they call the wraps. That also got nicotine in it. I don't smoke anymore. I stopped smoking cigarettes and marijuana when I went back to work. When the boys graduated out of high school, I went back to work. Um, that was like in 2017 that I smoked my last cigarette and smoked my last blunt. That was in 2017. I stopped smoking since then. But when I went to the dentist, they told me that I had fucking gum disease, like uh, bone degeneration and all of that stuff. So what I did was I went to one dentist. He was really good. My Korean dentist in Manhattan, Midtown Manhattan. He was really good. He kind of rough because I'm guessing because he's a guy, but he's a good dentist. He like knew what he was doing. He treated me like I was a human being because all the other dentists that I went to see is like they didn't want to be bothered with me. they didn't want to be bothered with me. They just, whatever my insurance would pay for, they would just take that and they just wanted me out of their office. This dentist, even though he could, barely communicate in English, he took his time. He let me know what work that I needed done and how much it was going to cost. So I stuck with him because he treated me like a human being. He treated me like a human being, and it was expensive, but I got like a slight discount because I had to get 5 partial crowns. I'm trying to have all my teeth when I'm buried or cremated, because your teeth is the only thing that don't burn, right? So even when you cremated, that stays forever. So I want all my teeth, boy. I tell you, I want all my teeth. So I had to get 5 partial crowns. The first two I paid the $850 for the crown, and then the rest of the crowns he charged me $500 for. So that was just for the crowns, but for the labor, he had to take that silver filling out, and then I had cavities under that shit. So all this time I'm going to these other dentists and they not telling me I got fucking cavity in my damn mouth. Like Dr. Martin Luther King said it, like the American Negro, when it comes, like, that's the worst discrimination, because you'll go to the doctor and be like, you don't feel well, and they'll be like, stop lying. You lying. And I know this because I worked in the healthcare field for 30 years, ever since my child was like 2 years old, and he had asthma and allergies, and they wanted me to bring him to the hospital to do some fucking ear surgery because he was always getting ear. Mm-mm, mm-mm, child, no. No. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Boy, I tell you, yeah, they discriminated. I don't trust no doctors. I don't trust doctors here. I just don't. I just don't. And this dentist I went to see, he's like he fresh off the boat because he barely speaks English. But I understood everything he was saying, regardless of that fact. Even though I did study, I was going to classes for Korean classes and everything. I still couldn't understand that much, but I understood what he was saying, and he treated me with dignity. He treated me with dignity, unlike the other dentists and doctors that I go to. They let me walk around with cavities in my fucking mouth. Didn't even tell me I had cavities underneath the silver fucking filling, y'all. Well, I tell you, it was a mess, but he got it out, cleaned my teeth and everything, and so he put in the partial filling, and I wanted to get those silver fillings taken out before I had the surgery done for my bone in my jaw, because they're gonna fucking split my jaws open, so I might not be able to come back next week. I don't know, because I go Tuesday for the surgery. They're gonna have to I got gum disease, so they're gonna split my gums, clean out the disease, whatever, take out the disease tissue, whatever. Then they're gonna do bone grafting for my jaws and tissue regeneration. So I'm getting some serious work done. And then by the time they finish, they got to do my whole mouth. And she's only gonna do, the dentist I got is a woman, and she's, for that job, the surgeon, she's gonna do like 1/4 at a time. There's 4 quarters, they split it up like that, right, left, up and down. So she's gonna do she's just gonna do one at a time. So Tuesday I go and get the first part done. And then I'm not sure how we're gonna do it, like every 2 weeks or every week after I'll do the next one. But yeah, I'm so glad that I'm getting this done and getting it over with, because I'm trying to go with all my teeth. I'm trying to go with all my teeth. So yeah. And if I don't get the gum surgery, I can lose all of my teeth, and then I'll be like these old people out here with no teeth and all gummy in my mouth. And I don't want that. Like I said, I'm vain. I at least want my teeth. You know what I'm saying? I at least want my teeth. If nothing else, I just want my teeth. And mainly it's not even because I'm vain. It's because the only joy that I have in life, I'm not gonna say the only joy, but the the most joy that I have in life, besides my grown adult children, my adult people that I gave birth to, because they're young adults now, right? They're not children anymore. They're young adults, but there's still a joy in my life. And I cherish every moment that I have with them. And if you have children, you should. I cherish every moment that I had with them when they was little and coming up. Enjoy those moments because they go by very fast. You know what I'm saying? But I that's one of my joys. My second joy is food. I love good food. I can't resist good food. I love good food regardless of where it's from. So yeah, I like to eat, and you can't eat and enjoy no food without no teeth. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just not happening. It's not happening. You cannot enjoy food without any teeth in your mouth. So I don't want to be gummy. I don't want to be puree in my food. I want my teeth in my mouth. I really do. So I'm gonna get rid of this gum disease, and I'm gonna get a bone graft and tissue regeneration. She's gonna have to stitch me up with stitches. I'm not getting a laser surgery. I'm getting it manually done. She's gonna have to stitch me up with stitches, and so I might not even be able to talk after that. But I don't know. I'll try to put the information in the description box, and then is when I can get when the website host can get my damn website up, I'll just do another video right quick just to give you the information on that. But damn, I've been on here for 4 hours. I don't know if there's anybody else watching. People probably sleep. It's already 2 o'clock in the morning. So I'm just gonna end this live right here. And I'm just gonna end this live right here. It was good talking to you guys. And I'll see you next time. I'll try to come on earlier. I would have done it before, but the website, I didn't want to come on without the website. But next time, hopefully when I get it up, I'll just come on right quick and just bring y'all to the website. And everybody can start participating now. You don't have to wait on the website. Just email me and I can send you all the information that you need. Okay? I'll send you an email of it. And you can either download it, whatever. Uh, it depends, how you're going to participate. If you're just going to do a coaching session, an individual coaching session, you don't need to sign a non-disclosure agreement. But this is only for like the groups and the weekly meetings. That definitely non-disclosure agreement, no dusties allowed. So but yeah, you can start participating like right away. I'm gonna give everybody the I'm gonna just leave the stuff on the I'm just gonna leave everything in the description box, and I'll be back. Hopefully I'll be back. I'll be back when the website is up. So as soon as that happens, if I come on next time with a veil, it's because I've had that surgery in my mouth done, and it's not going to be a pretty sight, stitches all in my mouth and stuff like that. So I might come on with a veil if that's necessary. That's why I told y'all about the surgery, because I don't know what's going to happen with that, and in between the time I do get the website up, the host does put my website up. That's all I'm waiting for. But in the meantime, you can still email me at info@queenofheaven.earth, and we can still get you whatever information you need and whatever you need to start participating. Okay, so I'm gonna let everybody go. I hope y'all enjoyed your Mother's Day. Just remember, every day is Mother's Day. Every day is Mother's Day. I don't care what nobody say. If you a mother and you taking care of babies, every day is Mother's Day. So just remember that. Okay. I'm gonna leave. I think I might could leave a link to the PDF. I could do that, or I could just send it if you just email me. But just email me or call. Just email or call. Okay. And that'll be it. So everybody enjoy y'all day today. It's a new day. You probably gotta get them babies ready up for school. No problem, healing loss. Make sure to email me so you can join in. So you can be a part of the ministry. Make sure to do that. Make sure to do that. So yeah, and I'll be back when the just don't think anything if I have a veil covering my damn mouth. Just don't think anything about that. So just warning y'all, just letting y'all know I got some serious surgery that I gotta get done because yeah, we gotta go with all our teeth. I ain't playing that right here because I like to eat. I like to eat, boy, I tell you, because I'm not even gonna front. Some food calling me right now, and I just had dinner for Mother's Day. Some food calling me right now. It's a good thing I got that treadmill. My son bought me a treadmill, so I'm about to go eat, and then I'm gonna walk that shit off on that damn treadmill. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. All right. So until next time, love yourself. Be good to yourself. And remember, you ain't in competition with nobody. The only person you got to be better than is the person that you was yesterday. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's all that's required of you. That's it. Love y'all. Y'all stay good. And until next time, talk to you later. All right. Bye bye.